Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to Best Bet Live. Special day today on this Monday afternoon. We are at the final table of our Card Player Poker Tour's $1,700 Mystery Bounty main event. It's been a great weekend so far. 357 total entries, a prize pool of over 350,000, and we are down to our final 9 contestants right now. And let us introduce you to our final table. We'll start in the 1 seat. He currently has a chip count of 700,000. A local from right here in Jacksonville, Florida. Please welcome Chris Long. In your 2 seat from just down the road, down I-4 in Orlando, Florida. He is your current chip leader, 2,545,000 in chips. A round of applause, please, for Michael Jagru. In your 3 seat, another local Jacksonville resident at 1,010,000 in chips. This is Alan Franco. I love all the courtesy golf claps here, guys. In your 4 seat from St. Augustine, Florida, 1,530,000 in chips. Please give a round of applause for Heng Zhang. In your 5 seat, another one from right here in Jacksonville at exactly 1.5 million in chips. Please give a warm welcome for Paul Chung. From your 6th seat, once again from Jacksonville. Currently the short stack, but those things can change at final tables like this. 575,000 in chips. Please give a round of applause to Thad McNulty. In your 7th seat, from DeBerry, Florida, he has a chip count of 1,165,000. Please welcome Alex Kimple. From your 8th seat, also with 1,010,000 in chips, exact same stack as Alan Franco in the 3 seat. Please give a warm welcome to Tyler Chen. And rounding out our field, the only player not from Florida today. He is at a chip count of 710,000. He is coming here from Charleston, South Carolina. Please give a round of applause to Jameson Alford. All right, we are down to our final 9 again. We also have several excellent bounties still at stake. We still have our second best bounty available out of the 9 envelopes still in there. 25,000 is our best available bounty right now. We also have 4 more bounties at $5,000. So you've got better than a 50-50 shot if you knock somebody out of drawing $5K or more. Of course, from the prize pool, the next player out will get 9th place money. That is $7,401. But none of you want 9th place. All of you want the top spot. Your number 1 prize today, along with the Card Player Poker Tour's main event trophy, comes $74,010. We will resume play right now. We've got just under 6 minutes remaining in blind level 15,000, 25,000. 25,000 is your ante. The button starts in the 6th seat with Thad today. Jacob is our dealer to start things off. Players, congratulations for making it this far. Good luck the rest of the way. Jacob, shuffle up and deal.
All right, there you hear it. Arlie Johnson doing the introductions for our final table of our $1,700 Mystery Bounty main event, part of the Card Player Poker Tour. How you guys doing? My name is Ryan, also known as Country. Today's announcers, though, today's commentary, it's going to be a good duo. We got the Beard, Eddie Murskowski, and someone I like to call the analyst, Mike Kruger, Carter manager, Best Bet Orange Park, is going to carry the commentary for you guys today. Eddie, Mike, have fun with this final table.
Yes, sir. Nice like that. The Beard and the analyst.
Although I would say by comparison, Eddie might know a little bit more about poker than me, so analyst's name might not live up to its hype as much this time around.
Well, you'll be a great color guy. All right, first hand right out the gate. Again, $1,700 main event. Card Player Poker Tour, Mystery Bounty.
We are going to see Al raise it up on the first hand. DJ Al eliminated last week on the first hand. Feels like he might be playing with fire here.
Yeah, this is somewhat surprising. The last 2 live stream final tables he's made, he was knocked out on the very first hand. This hand he opens right away. I'm sure that was going through his head.
And the crowd goes wild. You hear it on the sideline.
All right, already doing better than the last 2 times. TJ Al, one of our local regulars here.
Been around pretty much since the building opened. Players card number 26. Doesn't get much lower than that.
Yeah, he's actually second on the list in all-time cashes in this building. So here all the time since it's been open. A tournament regular for sure.
25 to go, fold one.
Lots of these final tables.
All right, we're going to see him survive a second hand now, letting it go pre-flop. Hang probably not going to fold, though. Ace-9 suited.
Nope. I expect to see Hang going to be pretty active, coming in with a lot of chips. He's also got a lot of experience. Another regular here, local tournament player or local cash player that has hopped in these tournaments and done well, and not afraid to go for it. So he's one of the ones I'm really looking forward to watching today.
Now, in addition to local tournaments in cash, Hang had a pretty deep run in this last summer's World Series main event too. So pretty well versed in some big buy-in events. Probably not.
Oh, yeah,
not going to be on the tighter side, looking for a little pay jump by any means.
No, he's going to go for it. Actually, if you look on his Hendon Mob, he has a lot of final tables, a lot of deep runs, but no firsts. So he's looking to get that trophy. That first trophy would be a great one here. 74,000 up top, and actually the look of the trophy is pretty special too. It's not your average trophy.
So I know they did the photo op before the introductions. All the players getting to sit at the table with the trophy, get their picture taken. Pretty sure, especially given his seat, Hang was getting a front row seat looking at it, maybe eyeing it up, hoping to take it home with him.
Looked like it was sitting in front of Paul, like it was already his actually. Like
It did look like it was Paul's.
Set it up.
But definitely a couple of players on this table looking to take first place. Not a lot of inexperience on this game by any means. For anybody that missed the coverage yesterday, we played down to this final 9 with a featured table and all the mystery bounty pools. And we saw a lot of pretty good play. The structure leads way. The average chip stack today came in a little over 40 big blinds, so it's not your normal all-in or fold fest of a final table by any means.
Okay, here's another one I'm looking forward to seeing what he's doing. The chip leader coming into it with 2.5 million, 100 big blinds. Ooh, okay, a little snug fold maybe.
Probably trying to feel everybody out.
Yeah, I'm okay with it. I'm okay with it. We are 9-handed here, so this isn't even. We've actually played 8-handed the entire tournament, and then this table starts out 9-handed.
Yeah, as Addy said, seat 2 there, Michael put on a nice little clinic with 2 tables remaining yesterday to accumulate the chip lead. Coming in today with over 10% of the chips, over 20% of the chips in play actually.
Yeah, very
nice, nice dominant chip stack for him.
I played with him for a little bit on the featured table, and he spun it up with the quickness, just in basically like a level. Was able to 3x his stack, and it looks like he never looked back.
And kind of the opposite for him than Hang. But meanwhile, we'll check out this hand first.
Yeah, Hang opens 2 7s. Thad calls from the hijack, and then Chris comes along from the big blind with Queen 8. Flop comes Queen 9-7, and Chris from the big blind just leads right out. Interesting donk bet here into 2 players. Wonder how Hang's gonna look at this.
So maybe a little bit of a probe with top pair, weaker kicker, knowing that if you get raised, your hand's probably no good.
Yeah, it's just tough because this is so hard to be balanced. People are going to be heavily weighted towards these top pair type hands.
King on the turn might save Chris a little bit of trouble, though. Now an overcard comes out. 10-9 also came in, or 10-jack, rather, also came in. So the main straight draw you'd be a little bit worried about hits on the turn, in addition to an overcard.
Yeah, Hang doesn't love this because the bluffs Chris does have probably are a little something like 10-jack, maybe 10-8. If he has bluffs in that spot, which you want to assume he would have some at least.
But I would imagine at the same time he wants to charge people with King-Jack, King-10, Queen Jack, Queen
Queen,
10,
absolutely,
any
yeah.
of those combination of hands.
If one of his value bets are King Queen, this is just a beautiful turn, and you get to get paid, definitely. And any spade combination. That call the flop is going to come along here, so not the greatest turn, but definitely not one we're going to be checking back.
Looks like Chris is going to let it go. As I was talking about before a little bit, Michael, kind of the opposite of Heng. He's got a couple of wins in his history. Definitely a lot of experience. He took first place here in our Winter Open event just last year, February 22. So he knows how to close it out with that chip stack he has. He actually took down another huge event just a month later after the event here out in Texas for $250K in a Millie Maker.
Okay.
So this will not be his biggest cash either. For some players, making a deep run, first place paying more than you've ever made can maybe put the pressure on, but Michael will probably be a little bit more comfortable than most.
Yeah, I agree. Well, I see him quite often out on the circuit. You said whatever that is, just random places out in the country playing. He's all over the place. I've played with him in Vegas, played with him down south. Like you said, he took down a monster down in Texas. He's a grinder. I suspect he studies and travels and plays a lot and makes a good, if not regular income, supplement income through poker. I mean, we've already seen it, 250K scored. We know he's not going to be down. It's going to be pretty tough.
Meanwhile, Heng, his heater is going to continue early on.
Wow, Heng flops a set.
Gets aces the very next hand.
Aces next hand, raises it up.
And he didn't have to show down last hand, so there's always that little bit of doubt creeping in people's minds. Is he coming in swinging, trying to exert his dominance, become table captain?
Absolutely. Well, it always feels like that when you're at the table, right? You're never just giving somebody credit all the time. It's a weird mind game you play with yourself.
Yeah, especially this early on. Some people come in kind of with an agenda to, all right, I'm going to go in and play a little bit tight, or I'm going to go in and try and mix it up. So everybody feeling each other out early on. Got a pretty spicy flop of Jack 10-9, 2 diamonds, multi-way.
One of the worst flop for aces. He does have a diamond, which is somewhat not terrible, but everything else about it is not good when you go multi-way here. You don't want to see 9-10 jacks.
So not always terrible holding the ace of diamonds, but also, especially 3 ways, you almost would prefer to not have the ace of diamonds just in case you could charge somebody with the nut flush draw.
Yeah, but you're not going to be putting in any value bets on this type of board, so it's nice to just have if it comes to 3 of diamonds, you're not just dead. Because right here, a lot of times you're just dead.
So yeah, Heng definitely pot controlling, especially on the grossest turn imaginable.
Yeah, this is just...
Aside from it being a diamond.
I like it. Okay, Alex is going to take the stab with the 3s. He knows 0 showdown, and if somebody doesn't have a straight, he may get away with this one.
Especially if he gets it through Michael. It's hard to imagine that Heng would check a queen a second time.
Agreed.
Most of the time, you'd almost imagine Heng would c-bet an open-ender on the flop.
Even tough for Michael to check a queen here, right? With those clubs and diamonds out there, you probably want to go ahead and try to extract a little bit.
It's a good awareness by Alex, not being afraid of this spot against 2 of the more experienced and bigger chip stacks right now. Sometimes it's easy to get gun-shy betting into players that you know might have a little bit more experience than you.
Oh, yeah, I love this bluff here. If you start thinking about Alex's range, this is at the very bottom of what he's going to have. Like maybe he has some suited ace-5 that he's in there, but everything else connects with the board in some manner. And even the suited aces, half of them are clubs or diamonds. So there's really not a lot of hands worse than you have in pocket 3. So if you have a bluff in this spot, this is a good one to choose.
Yeah, so we do see Alex picking a gray spot to bluff as Eddie broke down. So just going to make our way over to the chat, talk a little bit. Saw a couple questions. There is a 25K bounty still live. This is a mystery bounty format. So for anybody unaware, maybe you're just tuning in, missed yesterday's coverage. In this event was a $1,700 buy-in. Total of over $500,000 in the prize pool. A little over 350 of that went to direct payouts. The rest of it went towards the bounty pool, which is in the form of an envelope off to the side. So every time someone eliminates a player, they get to randomly draw an envelope from the bin, and it contains an amount between $500 and 50,000. Right now, the 25K is still live. The 50,000 did get plucked by Wendy Liu yesterday, however.
Yeah, I started day 2 with her yesterday. We were talking about the ladies being lucky, and she was the lucky lady. I played all day yesterday, busted 20th, and didn't sniff a bounty. I don't even know if I played a pot with someone who had less chips than me.
Well, I mean, you sniffed it in the form of being the bounty when you were eliminated.
That's right. I think I was a 10K bounty. So.
Yeah. Plays right into the joke. His chips are worth more than the others, as a person who knocked Eddie out pulled a 10K bounty.
Yeah, I believe it was Alex here that made it to the final table, so doing my chips well.
Always nice to see your chips get put to use when you get eliminated by somebody.
I
Like,
guess,
all right,
I guess.
make a good one. Obviously, a little bit of jealousy when you'd rather be on the table yourself.
Yeah. I don't know if it's nice or like a little needle.
Depends what mood you're in. I don't know what side of the bed you woke up on this morning.
Like, well, he did what I couldn't do with him. Got a pot brewing here. Looks like Tyler opens hijack. Chris calls from the button off the short stack with ace queen.
Yeah, elected not to 3-bet shove.
Yeah, wow.
And again, with that mystery bounty format, sometimes your pre-flop shoves get called a little bit lighter. Surprised maybe he didn't go for it with ace queen there just because he could get looked up by a weaker ace. Like what Tyler's holding. Or maybe Chris knows that Tyler is our local bounty wizard.
That's true, Tyler. This is Tyler's second mystery bounty final table. And, like you let me know earlier, he won one of the smaller bounties last series as well. Like you said, bounty wizard. And when he goes and pulls bounties, he does well. He pulled the 25K, or the 50K and the 25K last time, while getting second. So he won more than the person who actually won the tournament. Queen on the river gonna let Chris know he's easily got the best hand.
Yeah.
And bet the river.
Still on better value. Tyler elected not to bluff at any point. Lost the minimum there.
A little scary when a short stack calls a flop bet. You know, you figure he's coming along with pretty good hands.
Okay, referencing what Tyler did last summer, or last Card Player Tour, I should say. Last summer he won an event. Wasn't the Card Player Tour mystery bounty, but he won the Summer Swing Series here at Jacksonville in June of 23. So not too long ago he took one down. But in the mystery bounty format, the last Card Player we had last November, he took down second place for 40K, as well as pulling some of the big bounties. And then as a side event with a $100 buy-in, he took down that bounty event. So every time there's a bounty event, we see Tyler at the final table taking down some big prizes.
Alex going to open the king-jack suited. Chris thinking about it with 10-8. Going to let it go after his newfound chips.
Looks like Hang has a decision here. But does let it go.
Yeah.
He wanted to defend. Doesn't want to give up.
Close. So there's still 9 left here. 7,400 for the 9th, actually, and 74K for first. So exactly 10x. 9th and first here.
Yeah, paid jumps will definitely start coming to play. In addition to that bounty, in addition to the 25K that's still live up top, there's 4 5Ks still out there as well. So over half the bounties in play being 5K or more. Definitely going to play a role. Some of these shorter stacks start having to put it in.
As our short stack right now, Thad's going to raise it up. 70,000 with the king queen. Tyler, ace jack right behind him, is going to put the call in. It's going to be interesting with these bounties at play, especially with that 25K it's still in there. That's something to think about against these shorties. So, like in a spot like this, I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, that Paul can come along with a lot, even though Thad raises under the gun off a short stack. You want to be involved. Could flop open-ended.
And Thad with gut shot to the straight in addition to the 2 overs. Elects to check it. Action checks through.
Surprised we didn't see Thad go with it there. Not go with it, but
Put out a continuation bet, yeah.
Pretty decent flop. He's got the heart. The under the gun raise is going to put, kind of slow people down a little bit, so you're not going to get raised a lot. Checks it down here, and he might actually end up losing this pot. Whereas
nobody wants to go bluffing, and Tyler's ace high is going to be good. He may not think it's good and contemplated throwing out a stab there to try and take it down, but he'll get the good news.
Interesting. This pot could have went so many ways.
Yeah, we could have seen Paul start semi-bluffing at any point. He elected not to.
Yeah, Thad could have c-bet. Maybe Paul just goes all in once it gets to him, wanting to get the short stack all in for the bounty, or maybe he calls and then it goes check and Thad wins. And after the way it went this way, Tyler's going to take it down with the ace high.
Tyler can do no wrong. It's a bounty event. That's what we've learned.
I guess that's how it works. Just checking on down. Trust your ace high is going to be good.
I do appreciate everybody hanging out with us in the chat. Appreciate the feedback there. Hopefully everything is up in good working order. Really appreciate all the positivity, all the feedback, and all the viewership.
Hello to everyone. I saw Ryan said hello. Aaron in there. DJ Al got some fans in the YouTube chat.
Yeah, if anybody out there is rooting on somebody in particular, please feel free to root your player on. We had a ton show up yesterday for, we called him Triple D, Daniel, at our first feature table. Had a nice big little cult following, and actually saw him make it to the final 2 tables as well as pull a bounty. A lot of fun having friends come in and sweat their buddy.
Oh yeah, I definitely, whenever I make any spots like that, I encourage my friends and family to take a look, see what I'm doing when I'm missing other things.
See? It's worth it. I'm a genius. I made the final table.
All right, so Chris going to open up the queen jack off here and hang on the button with another premium. Going to raise the ace king suited.
If this one's going to get through. But again, we still haven't, I don't think any of these hands that Hang has played has showed down yet. So again, that's got to start creeping, a little bit of doubt creeping in the players' minds at this table, seeing how active he's been.
Definitely, but honestly, they're kind of hamstrung because what are you going to do about it? Like, there's 9 left. You don't want to finish 9th. There's someone shorter than you. You're just going to fold. That's why. I mean, he's had these hands, but look, he didn't need them because none of them have went to showdown.
Nope.
That's how just positive and how much of an advantage the chip lead is in spots like this.
Yeah, and for Hang especially, having position on Michael, getting to see what he does with his big chip stack first, and when he gets out of the way, it gives you the green light to go ahead and start raising.
Yep.
One of the shorter stacks, Thad, 2 to his left, so that kind of leaves Paul almost hamstrung with a short stack behind him.
Yeah, and then
Thad
opened off 13 and lost, so he's going to be down to 10, 11 bigs, and the blinds are coming his way. So all the players are going to be aware of that and actually playing even extra tighter than normal. So, the aggression can really benefit right now. Michael's going to open up the 7-8 suited.
So we did see Al get out of the way, and it looks like Hang puts in the call.
Interesting here. Hang not wanting to get too crazy with the chip leader. Calls the ace jack suited. Definitely can't fold it. Too good. Alex in the big blind, 2 8s.
Michael with middle pair. Alex only one overcard out there.
Yeah, this,
3 ways with a king, though, a little bit scary for everybody.
no, this feels like a bet. This board is going to be tough to get any better for us. Right? Like we're ahead a good amount of time now.
I would assume you're talking about from Michael's
For
perspective.
Michael, yeah. As the pre-flop raiser here, let's continue. And again, we're the chip leader. Everyone's going to be playing a little extra tight. We get to take advantage. We get to go a little wider than even, let's say the book or what the charts even say, because there's just some real life tightness happening in these spots when the chip leader's in a pot and there's a short stack at the table.
Yeah, and he does get to bet a little bit small here. You'll see a little bit smaller C bets when a board favors somebody's range this heavily. Doesn't have to go out with a pot size bet by any means, especially in tournaments. You see the smaller sizing.
Absolutely, you're not. You definitely. A lot of people are wasting a lot of chips on these gigantic C bets. You don't need to put that much out there for the information you need.
Yeah, I mean 80K accomplishes the same thing as 120, for example. You just get to save that 40K.
And the lower size we go, the more frequently we get to do it. So, we just get to bluff more. We get the value bet thinner, because we know when we bet small, we're keeping in a lot of the range. When we go big, we're condensing their range to pretty good hands, which is not good for us.
And here we did see Michael check it back on the deuce turn. River brings a 6 of clubs, which completes the front door flush. I would imagine both players are kind of happy to just take their hand to showdown at this point. It does go check, check. Alex gets to take down a pot. Puts him over the 50 big blind mark, sitting pretty deep. A lot of room for play.
Yeah, well played. Came along, didn't get 3-bet happy pre-flop, especially with 2 guys that have you covered. Can't fold to 1 bet on the flop. Makes the call. Luckily, the hand he was up against is a perfect one for Michael to just check back twice. So
looks like Chris is getting a massage there in the 1 seat. I think he's settling in for the duration, trying to get comfy.
Yeah.
Plans on being here a while.
might not want to open the queen jack. Chris is getting. I got 23 bigs now. All right, folded to Thad, our short stack on the button. That short stack's going in. 12 bigs, king high, eat it.
And Alex waking up with a monster.
Gulp. Oopsie daisy. Okay, what does Tyler have over here? Just checking to see, should he just jam right now, or does he want a smooth call? Probably just a jam, yep.
Yeah.
Especially with that bounty on the line, you don't want Tyler to come in there with anything.
No, I know yesterday we saw it a little bit where people had those decisions, whether the 3-bet, smaller, or shove. And I think almost the shove could potentially look bluffier as you're trying to isolate for the big bounty. And there's always that little bit of doubt.
Agreed.
But,
Oh, Thad does flop a
lot of equity,
gut shot here.
but it does break out. So ace-king holds for Alex. We're going to see Thad eliminated in 9th place. GG to Thad.
That's Thad McNulty. He's actually, talk about a best bet OG regular, legend. He's tons of these final tables. He has lots of wins under his belt. He recently won like the biggest tournament in St. Augustine.
Yeah, he won the St. Augustine Stack Championship in March of this year.
No surprise to see Thad at this final table, and I'm sure we're going to see him at plenty more. Well done, Thad. Ninth place, 7,400. Nice showing. Actually, Thad, we say this every time, but I'm sure people haven't heard. He was on the blackjack team, the MIT blackjack team, way back in the day. Like that. He's got some stories. Smart guy, very, very smart guy.
Very smart. Also very nice. You ever meet him, I don't think I've ever seen him frown.
Oh, no.
It's always,
how can you be in a bad mood?
Yeah.
No. Never seen him in a bad mood.
Maybe a slightly bad mood after busting out 9th, but
No, I doubt it. He's probably he might just go sit and play cash right now.
Yeah.
He loves the game.
hopefully we'll see him on a final table again soon. He did get 13th place in this main event in 2022, so he's getting closer and closer to that trophy everybody's always chasing. Looks like Paul opened it up from late position with Queen 10 offsuit. And we haven't seen Jamison play any hands yet. See if he wants to defend his big blind with 8-6 suited.
17 bigs now for Jamison. He's going to be our short stack with Thad busting out.
Yeah, that was only one big blind more for him to call.
I like the open by Paul here. Let's go after this short stack.
Especially when he was in a solo big formation after Thad's bust out. Paul does put out a C-bet. He did flop the open into straight draw.
Yeah, King Jack 4 seems pretty pure here. Just see bet 100% of it. Your range. Going to get a lot of folds from that big blind.
And sure enough, we did see a pretty quick fold.
Chris Bourne in the Facebook chat. What's up, buddy? Thanks for coming.
For anybody that was unaware yesterday, again, the mystery bounty format, the players are not required to go pull the bounty right away. That's why we don't see the action get paused or Alex leaving the table to go pull the bounty that he just received. He can wait till break. He can wait till he's out of a hand. Never want to force a tournament player to miss any hands, especially at a final table. So we will see him pull it soon.
Yeah, they got the wheel right behind him, so that's,
Yeah,
that's nice. You don't
did
even
locate it to hopefully not miss anything. I like that. I like that relocation. Paul going to open it up again. Back-to-back hands.
See Joseph Ney in the YouTube chat says rooting for Hang and Allen. That's St. Augustine
Candy
regular.
Man.
That's right, Candy Man.
Frequents the St. Augustine tournament leaderboard himself there, Joseph Ney.
That's right.
Always kind of see his name creeping up, if not at the top, then near it.
Yeah, he won. I think he won it this past month, and he's definitely at least got second or won it before. Like you said, always near the top, no matter what.
Did see Chris elect to just call out of the big blind rather than 3-bet with his ace-jack suited. Checks it over to Paul. Flop came down king 4 deuce rainbow.
That's an interesting call here against the hijack open. You could easily, happily get it in with a hand like ace-jack suited. But again, there is one shorter stack, so you see him just play it safe here and call. But when you do that, you know you're going to have to call wide on the flop, which he does as well. I like to see, you know, calling with this hand pre-flop and then folding the flop here to a small bet is just is losing so much. But
mistake you see a lot of people make.
Exactly, but he does make the correct call on the flop, and he's going to get to the river with the best hand if he could get the showdown here.
And he may very well get the showdown as Paul might check back ace high. If Paul had a weaker hand, he
the 5 is
likely
tough
bluff.
because it's just not what does.
Instead, we're going to see Chris fire out. That's a different way to take down the pot. Paul pretty much snap folds.
Yeah, the 5 is tough because what did he call the flop? But you got to just hope he had queen jack of diamonds, and that's it basically. You know, it's like even the 5-6 hit a 5. The straight's got there.
We did see Chris.
Ace jack just takes the lead and takes it down.
Yeah, chips up to a little over 25 bigs now.
He's trying to keep that massage therapist there for a while. Summer in the YouTube chat rooting for Chris. Chris gets some love out there.
Yeah, they got a little extra love in the chat yesterday as well. Now, he was on our featured table for quite a bit when it went down to 2 games.
Yeah, I think he was at the table I was at.
And
Folded to him in the small blind here, and he's going to raise it up, 70K. It's pretty small from the small blind.
I was going to say, usually you see closer to a 3x open, blind versus blind, right?
Yeah. I mean, I have seen smaller, but not quite this small.
Especially into the chip leader.
Yeah, that's a problem because you see, you're not really going to thin out his range. If he's calling 7 deuce suited, that's a high percentage of hands.
Does get a good flop.
But that could be, you know, by design. He's got a hand like ace 10. He's like, yeah, I don't want him to fold. Great flop for the pre-flop Pre-flop raiser. Chris gonna take it down.
Yep, shows the table the ace.
Yeah,
Does
he's
let
like,
everybody
"Hey,
know,
man,
hey."
I'm not firing into the big stack here without it.
Buying a little bit of image there. Hopefully he can use it later. Definitely wants to be able to open up into the big stack and not have a lot of resistance with those middling hands like an ace-10. You don't want to get shoved on necessarily. Especially, like you said, given another short stack in the field, you want that pay jump. As they start mattering more and more at this stage.
Yeah, when in those spots against the chip leader, you're going to play rather straightforward.
Fold 4, fold 5, fold 7.
So showing the ace there probably plays into keeping it staying straightforward.
Yeah. All right, 16 bigs, ace king. We open jamming here, or are we just going to min raise? It's a bounty, so open jamming has its benefits.
Yeah,
And that's what he is going to do.
Especially given the fact that Michael, our big stack, is in the small blind. And we're going to see him think about it with ace-10.
16's a lot.
He did look over it. He's looking over at Al's stack as well.
But the bounty is on the line here. This is probably a call with the bounty situation.
Yeah, anytime it's pretty close and you have all that extra implied money in the form of the bounty, it tends to push you over the edge towards the more loose action.
Yeah, with that 25K still in play, I mean, like you said.
If you win all the chips, plus a bounty.
Fourth place up there still in
Flop
play.
came king high for Jameson,
flop's a gut
fading
shot.
a queen.
He's going to fade it.
Yep, big double up for Jameson now.
Chip leader takes a little hit, and one of our shorties gets a nice double up to 34 bigs. That's a very playable stack here. 8 left. We saw Thad McNulty finished in 9th for 7,400.
Yeah, Thad could not double up his short stack. Jameson does, however. See if he can keep that momentum going and build it up even more. Just a little under average at this moment. Oh, looks like we got at least one person rooting for Jameson over there in YouTube chat.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Chaz Butler. Yeah, Jameson.
So I haven't seen any Jameson fans yet, so good to get one.
Ready to go.
No whiskey fans out there, huh?
60 for ace, 7.
Now Paul looks down at pocket queens under the gun.
60 to go, fold 2.
Just puts in the nice standard min click open. Actually gets all the way around to hang in the big blind. We have seen him defend his blind fairly often.
Fold around.
Decides not to do it against Paul's under the gun open with king 9.
Wow.
I don't think Hang would have done that against most players. He's been defending his big pretty often.
I don't hate it. I don't hate it against, just like you said, that early raise. We are just 8-handed, so under the gun isn't quite under the gun, but still.
He's under the gun, Johnny.
It's like our tournament director Johnny over there going to help Alex pull his mystery bounty by bringing him the envelopes over. So we're going to see Alex pull it.
Fold 8. Too late. Fold 9.
Wondering how big of a prize Alex is going to take home for that mystery bounty. Everybody obviously on the table rooting against him, hoping he pulls one of the small ones. And he's going to go for the sweat. We've seen this, where the players pull it from the zeros first to see how many digits they can get. Oh,
10 or 50? No, there's not a 50. It's going to be 5 or
he said 3 zeros.
5.
So 5K.
One of the 5Ks down. I think there were 4 left, so now 3 left, and a 25K.
Yep, so half the bounties in play are 5K or more. 8 players remain, 4 big prizes.
Okay, looks like Allen opens ace-jack here from the button, and Hang calls from the small blind, king-jack.
Actually looks like Hang's thinking about 3-bet.
Considering, yeah.
Call 65.
knowing that it's pretty much the first hand that Allen's played. Aside from that very first hand, we saw him open and take it down uncontested. He hasn't played any more yet. So
Paul with the real hand here in the big blind. Let's see how much he's going to make it.
yeah, ace queen suited is a monster in this formation.
Yeah, versus button raise, you just get to put so much pressure on these wide ranges. Especially if the small blind had a hand against a shorter stack, he'd probably want to try to build the pot to try to get the bounty. So
And
it's not likely the hang is, is flatting a lot of big premiums. So Paul can feel real good about his ace queen being the best hand here.
yeah, and Paul and Hang I'm sure have plenty of history, so he knows Hang would be 3-betting. How do you look down at a hand better than ace queen?
Absolutely.
So all of this pressure goes on Al with this 3-bet.
Alan's like, all right already. All right.
Sorry for trying.
I just was dealt ace jack on the button here.
Sorry, I didn't mean to. But we see Paul pick up a good bit of chips there.
Yep, nice hand, Paul.
He said if Johnny would have picked it, 500. The listener, Jacob.
Ryan Lapino says, let's go, Jameson. There's our Jameson fans.
Yeah, it's just $0.
We have a few in here rooting for him, but they're shy, William King says.
We do have looks like Chase Butler rooting for Jameson as well.
Fold 8, fold 9.
Jameson being from Charleston, South Carolina.
Steve Hammond's rooting for Chris, says, everyone root for Chris, he has 2 wives. And then Summer says,
Raise 70, C1.
I'm his first wife, I'm rooting my butt off for him. Well, there you
So
go.
2 wives.
Chris needs it,
2
like twice as much as the rest.
and he's got 2 10s.
2 wives and 2 tens. Hope he's got 2 tens. Open 70. Alex with suited ace in the big. Coming along.
Yep, just Alex and Chris heads up to the flop.
Okay.
9 high.
This is should be getting to the turn type of flop.
100. 100.
Fires out for a little bit over half pot with his 10s. Overpair to this board. Alex is holding a gut shot plus some backdoor hearts.
Yeah, with a overcard, you could do a lot with this hand. He's gonna call.
Get a
2 of spades, really such a
Rick.
great card for Chris here. I'd like to see him continue, and we can even go big.
such a safe turn for Chris's hand.
Yeah, it's like one of the best. Doesn't change anything. Either we were beat or we're still good. But it's
And-
unlikely for the big blind to slow play too much on that flop.
And because Alex called out the big, he could have some 9s here, you know. 8, 9,
Absolutely.
9, 10. Obviously, we're discounting some of the 9, 10s, but
150, a little small, but should be good enough to get this hand out.
looks like Alex just trying to figure out if Chris would be bluffing in this scenario in any way.
Oh,
He
wow.
does?
He's taking that small sizing as weakness and just
Yep.
going to jam right
He
on
thinks
Chris.
Chris is maybe firing with some overcards like Queen Jack, King Queen,
Mhm.
maybe a bigger ace as well. Something that you can push him off of.
Wow, Chris, now he's concerned.
Yeah, you'd think
The
if
small bet,
You-
this is somewhat a product of that small bet. Had you go larger, it's much harder to check raise when when you bet 2/3 pot. But this 1/3 pot is a little more than 1/3 pot, but it just looks so weak. And then you start leveling yourself. Well, it looks weak, so he's probably bluffing. And in this spot, he is.
well, he knows that I know.
Right. But honestly, it's like there shouldn't be a lot of slow plays on the flop, on that such coordinated flop.
Especially out of
Maybe
position
6-8,
too.
but like hands like 9-5, 7-9, 5-7, they should probably be doing a lot of check raises with those two clubs out there, and a lot of cards kill their action. 6-8 can probably slow play. Maybe sets, but
And I would
even the sets want to get things going.
I would imagine Alex would be more inclined to slow play in position than out of position. You know, being out of the small blind, you don't want to necessarily trap and check the turn. So it becomes a question of, if we're discounting all those big hands, then what's he doing this with?
Yeah, exactly.
Chris really gonna have to think this one through.
He doesn't want that massaged end. He's milking it. Time card. Time card.
This is the most uncomfortable you can be while receiving a massage, I think.
Yeah, it's tough. It's tough
Facing
to
a
feel,
check
tough
raise
to
shove
feel
with
too
one pair.
good when you could call and hit the door. But if he calls here, he knows he's going to be in really good shape to get a massive double up.
Yeah, and that would put him near the top of the chip counts if he puts in the call, if not up top.
His two wives are rooting for him. He does make the call. That's correct.
Very good call by Chris.
All right, needs to avoid an 8 or an ace. And he does.
River
Big
4.
double up for Chris. The wives go wild.
All the wives going wild.
All of them.
Rooting for Chris.
The whole crew.
So tough, but good call by Chris there. We're going to see full double up go his way. It's a massive swing. Alex, fresh off of stacking Thad. Lose a big chunk of those chips back. I think he becomes a short stack at this point.
Such a big jam. Nice call for Chris. Just too strong of a hand.
Meanwhile, Mary was over in the Facebook chat saying that she's rooting for everybody at this final table. Well, Mary, I'm pretty sure everybody in here was rooting for you yesterday. Anybody doesn't know, Mary made it, I believe, to the final 3 tables, maybe even the final 2. Had a nice run. Everybody was rooting for her.
Everyone's rooting for Miss Mary every time she steps in the building. She's one of the nicest ladies. Always happy to see her do well. She bagged the chip lead, which was cool to see. I think she got second in the ladies. She's been on a nice little heater.
And then she actually gave a, I don't know if you maybe you went back and rewatched it at all because you were still playing when she pulled a bounty yesterday. She went up to pull her mystery bounty and said, whatever I pull, I'm splitting with the dealers. And everyone was very appreciative of that.
I did see that. That's awesome. Yeah. Pulled a 2K too. It wasn't no 500, so that was it's nice.
Obviously, everybody in the building maybe was rooting for her to pull the big one at that point.
Give her another pull.
Get a redo. Get a redo.
Now I'm going to let the King 9 suited go here.
Yeah, last time he opened, he did get 3-bet. Gonna go back to being a little bit snug for a minute.
Yeah, last time he opened, he got called right behind him and then 3-bet by the guy behind him. So, and like you said, I think there's another shorter stack with Alex losing that big pot a minute ago to Chris. Well, no, Alex still has a lot.
Yeah, he was,
4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, he's still got. I think maybe Al might be the shortest.
but it's definitely closer. Yeah, Alex had a little bit more chips than maybe we thought heading into that hand with Chris after knocking out Thad not too long ago. Gave him a lot of breathing room, and sometimes that breathing room leads to pulling off an ill-timed bluff.
It happens, man. I like the going with the gut and going for it though. He thought that size was too small, and honestly, it probably is. Those 10s should bet a little larger on the turn, but it worked out perfectly for Chris, and unfortunate for
Definitely, and it could have gone either way. Chris tanked for quite a bit, thought about folding for sure.
Yeah, he didn't snap, that's for sure. Andrew Dykeman in the Facebook chat. Welcome to the stream, sir.
What's up, Dykeman?
Now here we see Michael open the King 9 suited. Of course, he's one of our chip leaders.
And Alex, fresh off that big loss, waking up with pocket kings. Raises it up a little big, maybe trying to look like he's steaming.
It's tough.
Just, everybody got to see that he got caught bluffing and lost a big amount of chips. Puts Jameson in a really awkward position with the pocket 8s. If he thinks Alex is a little steamed up,
Yeah,
3-betting light,
yeah,
it's a spot you might 4-bet.
Just hate not to be able to see a flop here. I mean, it's going to be a fold. You're just like, how do I not see a flop with 2 8s in the big blind? So often I'm seeing a flop. A lot of times I can even 3-bet, but yeah, we're not going to put in a 4-bet against when the chip leader opens and another guy with big chips 3-bets him. that's heavily weighted towards value.
Just a big side fold.
Yeah.
Back on that chip leader, Michael. I was really thinking about it here with his king 9 suited.
Yeah. Not thinking about much.
Nope, does let it go.
Just counting to 30.
That's your magic number, huh?
No, 30 is too long, really. It needs to be like 15.
Lines up, it's 2040. 2040.
So is that your magic number, Eddie? You count till about a certain number and before you make your action? Give us all the inside secrets. Tell us how to be good at poker.
I do try to take my time, you know, and of course in a situation like this, and if anyone were to ask me for advice, a big one would be take your time, extra time, not your normal amount of time. Take extra time. Anytime you think you know what you're going to do, tell yourself the reasons why. Make sure it makes sense, and then do it. You know, like don't just like no snap movements. No, this is pure. This is guaranteed. Like there's no reason. Even if you have aces, you don't have to snap call the guy. You can double check your cards, look at the stacks, make sure like there isn't somebody that's left to act that you didn't happen to realize. You know, some action you missed, and you know go about it slowly.
Meanwhile, we saw Hang open up with 8s, and Alex elects just to put in the flat call with ace-king.
Wow.
Pretty under rep.
Oh, man, I would have loved to see him just 3-bet again because he had just 3-bets. Like,
yeah.
Use that. This hand's too good to flat, but he doesn't want to get his 30 bigs all in here. I think that's why he's calling.
Instead, invited everybody in to go multi-way.
All right,
Hang.
Ace-king turned to
Monster
dust.
flop. Middle set for Hang as the pre-flop raiser. So hard to put the pre-flop raiser on a set.
125.
125 into 380.
Yes.
Really, Chris is going to be our only possible customer. Let's
Yeah.
see if he comes along with the gut shot. Just got a lot of chips. He could spare a little bit.
Should he spike that 7? Might be able to take a hefty amount of chips off of Hang as they're both pretty deep. Instead, it's the brick
Just a perfect card for Hang.
offsuit deuce on the turn.
It's what he was manifesting in his mind the entire time on the flop. Let's see how big this bet gets here. 630 in the middle. Not super big.
It's just with
275.
such a dry board, he's just trying to get as much in as he can.
A little on the under half. Yeah, he doesn't want to scare off any 10s.
It does look like if Chris calls, it'd be about a pot-sized bet behind for Hang, so maybe he's sizing it for that shove on the river. Instead, we see Chris let go of the gut shot. And Hang gonna chip up to over 2 million now.
Yep, Chris taking one look and maybe he could spike. He didn't. Lets it go. Good fold.
So here we see the chip counts. Everybody between 20 and 50 bigs. Looks like Jameson, Allen, and Tyler on the short side. Hang our overwhelming chip lead by about 10 bigs over Michael and Chris right now. Paul hanging in there with him with 39 as well. So pretty consolidated. Everybody's rather live at this point. And obviously they're all competing for that first place. 74,000 up top. Everybody's got 9,300 locked up right now, plus whatever bounties they got in their pocket already. Again, this is a $1,700 buy-in. Mystery bounty format, main event, Card Player Poker Tour. Final day, final table of action. We will be streaming all the way down to a winner is, I was going to say crowned, but handed the big cup. Nice big cup trophy for whoever takes this one down.
Beautiful trophy. Look here, Hang with another premium, just
riding the wave.
racking it over here. See if we got any playable hands. Jameson on the buttons got a thinker. Uh-oh.
He's got a real one.
Collision time. Bounty at risk.
So Jameson, our only non-Florida player on this table.
That's right. South Carolina represents.
Trying to take that trophy out of state.
Usually South Carolina has a heavy contingency at these final tables.
Yeah. So we're going to see Jamison represent that contingency on all their behalf.
See how well they run in these flips, because Hang's going to be saying those magic words here any moment now.
Yeah, for just over 20 big blinds effective. Seems pretty automatic for both players to be getting it in. Sure enough, we see Hang jam. And like Eddie was talking about earlier, even though it seems like a slam dunk, nothing wrong with taking a minute, thinking it through again, giving yourself a second chance to replay the action, make sure you're not missing anything.
Yeah.
See,
I'm perfectly fine with it. He's not wasting it. I'm fine with him thinking over the whole thing.
We actually saw a hand on the featured table yesterday. About four tables left where Hang had bottom boat, turned it in a really disguised way, and his opponent check-shoved. Like a massive bet, massive bluff. And Hang started thinking it through, just double-check himself, even though it was a pretty much a snap call from his perspective. And he actually turned to his opponent and said, "I'm sorry, I'm not slow-rolling you, I'm just double thinking." And then did put in the call.
Yeah, I can appreciate that.
Definitely nothing wrong.
Especially on stream, you don't want, because that's going to add like a little something extra, especially if you're not used to it. So knowing that, how do you counter it? Take extra time, like that's.
So yes, we just saw Jamison counting down his exact chip stack, trying to figure out exactly how many bigs he has.
Yeah.
Saw him ask for a visual of Hang stack, just seeing, okay, are you really as deep as I think you are, which means you might be doing this slightly lighter.
The thing here is, like, Hang can have 10s, so with 18 big blinds, Hang wouldn't hate getting in pocket 10s here against Ace King, Ace Queen for the chance at the bounty. So if you're actually dominating some of Hang's value range, it's going to be tough to fold. He does come to the right decision here and make the call, and he's happy to see himself in a flip. He just didn't want to be dominated. Safe flop, one heart out there. Oh, there's the second.
So we're down to any heart, ace or king.
Oh, backdoor hearts. Hang's going to
heart on the river.
continue the run good here. Hang is just hitting everything, and he's going to knock Jamison out here in 8th place. That's going to be $9,374. 8th place for our South Carolinian. Well done, sir.
I'm sure we'll see him again soon. He is a tournament grinder for sure. I know he's got a World Series of Poker circuit ring. He is not afraid to get in there and play some more tournaments. Hopefully we'll see him back on this live stream again soon.
We do get repeat customers, so everyone that comes here really enjoys it. It's one of the best rooms. I've been all over the country at this point playing, and while I do call it home because I live here, it's home because it's the best as well. So come on down, check it out. You'll think the same.
So I moved down here about 11 and a half years ago now. Didn't think I would be here too long, and next thing you know, kind of grows on you.
They got you. You're in there now.
You end up, I very much love the game of poker, and think I'm fortunate to have found a place that is in line with that belief. Very much a quality-oriented company in terms of the game, so when your philosophies align, you end up just kind of sticking around for a while.
Yeah, why not? Yeah, you don't look a gift horse in the mouth. Looks like we got a button raise from Chris here with the ace-6 off.
Yep. Quickly take it down.
Knows he's got Allen in the big blind, who's going to be a pretty snug big blind. I like it. Just got to get through that chip leader, or got to get through Michael.
And as of right now, all these players got a 12K locked up, I believe. It's starting to get to be a pretty good payday.
That's right. 7 left, 12K for our next knockout.
The jumps will start climbing a little bit more and more. Obviously, the mystery bounties are still in play. 25K is still live. We'll see Hang pull it here in the near future. Seeing if he can pluck that 25. He did pull a 10K yesterday. Sure, he wants to pad his total.
Do we know what how much the small ones are? The left, because
there's still a 500, 2 500s, I believe, still remain, as well as 1K.
I believe it's a 1 500 and no, 2 500s and 1 1K that's still left as far as the small ones are.
Yep, that's 7. Perfect. Okay, so we got a 25K, 3 5Ks, 1 1K, 2 500s. Okay.
I think we saw Alex earlier pull a 5K bounty.
So look, 6K in EV, right? We got
Roughly, yeah.
40K, 42K, 7 players left.
And Paul hitting a pretty good flop for his holding. Considering you don't hit a pair, that's about as good as it gets. Ace, queen, at tray with 2 spades, holding that flush draw and Broadway draw. Do see him bet out for 3 big blinds. He was the original pre-flop raiser. The C-bet was definitely in order. And he will take it down uncontested.
I like the sizing here. Let's go, you know, around half.
I do appreciate everybody tuning in with us this afternoon. Some fun coverage on a Monday afternoon. Not our usual times to go live, but could not resist the opportunity to bring the final table to you. We are on a half-hour delay. A little bit bigger of a delay than usual given the fact that it's a main event. But what me and Eddie are seeing here in the booth is the same thing you guys are seeing at home. No inside information, no spoilers. Just the way I think I would prefer it. As if I was just hanging out watching some poker on a Monday afternoon at home.
Oh yeah, we don't want to know what happens. We want to get it. You know. The other night I was watching, or I turned on the UFC fight. It was literally like 30 seconds after the knockout, so I was seeing the replay. It was like, it's nothing like seeing it. You know, you want to see it. You want to feel it live.
And Michael getting an ace-high flop after pre-flop raising with ace-9 offsuit. Did see Paul defend a big blind with pocket eights, not 3-betting against the late position open. Can't be in love with that flop with pocket eights.
No. Even the hands that missed, king, queen, and king, jack, queen, jack, have you in pretty bad shape.
Michael did c-bet pretty small. So we saw Paul call one street here, probably reassess on the turn based on Michael's action.
How many smaller ones? Huh? How many smaller ones? 2, 2, 5, 2, 500.
Action did check over to Michael again. See if he continues firing with his top pair. Well, improved a 2-pair on the turn.
Yeah, he's definitely going to keep firing.
Definitely going to keep firing 2-pair.
He's hoping Paul was slow playing some 2-pair.
Looks like he's thinking about sizing up a little bit now.
Yep, 370 in there. Easy fold for Paul.
Easy pot for Michael. Looks like we got an Alan fan in the chat. Jar saying Alan still making final tables after all these years. Love to see it. Yeah, Al has been around pretty much forever. I think he was definitely at the Jacksonville location the day it opened. Playing tournaments at Orange Park well before that. And
Oh yeah.
even back at Bayard in the heyday.
Been here since day one. Like I said, second most all time, and cash is in this building.
In this building.
And best bet cash.
Meanwhile, over at Orange Park, he took down our GoPo in February of this year. So he has closed one out in the last couple of months.
Nice heater.
Good to build that confidence when you know I've navigated a final table not too long ago. I can do it again. Tyler are on the shorter stack. Opened under the gun with pocket queens. He's got just under 20 big blinds. See if anybody wants to go after him. Again, quite a few bounties still in play that are, worth going after.
Uh-oh.
Speak of the owl. This is going to be short stack on short stack violence.
Oh, wow. Tyler's the shortest, so it looks like he'll be at risk.
And Al does, in fact, 3-bet shove.
Well, I tell you what, you don't love when DJ Al jams 20 bigs on you.
But But you do love queens.
But queens is one of those ones you just can't let go.
Yeah, Al having a knack for waiting for some bigger hands. Very patient. It's like Paul's even thinking about it.
No, he's not.
Well, it's double bounty.
Can't.
So his number was about 15 also. We counted to 15 and let it go.
Yeah.
We're going to see Tyler snap call. And we're going to have the most classic race of all classic races
Yeah.
here. Ace King versus Queens.
Tyler's happy to see Ace King here.
It looks like Hang raised his hand saying, hey, I want to pull my bounty real quick since that 25 is live.
Smart.
Just in case somebody gets eliminated
Yeah,
here.
you don't want this guy to pull it.
Oh, Allen's still looking for just an ace or king. No club for either player. And the river
Queen's
breaks
gonna
out.
hold. That's gonna put Allen. It's gonna eliminate Allen. I think Allen had less than Tyler.
Yeah, Tyler had him covered by one big blind. So that one big blind is actually going to get Tyler a mystery bounty pool, eliminating Alan Franco in 7th place.
Yeah, well played, Allen. $12,014.
Yeah, heck of a run.
And I know he pulled a 10K bounty yesterday, and he final tabled event 1 of this series. So very impressive series for Al. Well done, sir.
Yeah, 2 televised final tables, and Al was on both.
Hey,
Hang sweating it out. He's trying to look through it.
Oh, you got 5,000? Oh.
5,000 for Hang.
So Hang says, you're still alive to pull the 25.
Oh, 500.
And Tyler is, again,
Tyler got 500.
only 500. I would have expected Tyler to pull it, I'm not going to lie. We were just talking about how he can almost do no wrong in these bounty events.
The day is young. The day is young.
He's like, well, if I knock everybody out moving forward, I guess I win all
I'll
of them.
just get them all.
That's one way to do it. Again, Tyler came in 2nd place the last time we ran this exact event. Mystery Bounty at Maine in the Card Player Tour, November last year. Got 2nd place in that event, as well as pulling multiple large bounties, including the biggest prize on the board. Just a few days away from that event, he bought into the standard bounty because he loves the bounty so much, and he won that event outright. So, if the event's got bounty in its name, Tyler's going to make a deep run.
You don't want to be in a run out against Tyler in a bounty.
That's where Al went wrong. He forgot, don't get it all in against that guy.
Right. Sometimes you got to look for the voodoo, that white magic.
Obviously, any of us looking down at Ace King with sub 20 big blinds against an open are happily getting in like Al did.
He knows it's a shove and just hope to win a flip if the guy calls. Blind versus blind here. Alex gonna flop a king and lead right out.
And we did see him raise it up pre-flop. Tyler, fresh off of those chips that he got from DJ Al, put in a defend with 10 deuce suited. Fortunately for Tyler, the clubs didn't come out, as we can see Alex holding bigger clubs. But instead, Tyler gonna rep a big hand here.
Club here in this hand, get a club on the turn in this hand.
Gets spicy.
Get large. Put like the 4 clubs out there.
Alex going nowhere with the king on board. Puts in the call.
Close.
Yeah, 4 of diamonds. Changing nothing on the turn. Does not coordinate with the board in any way either, so shouldn't change much. Just a matter of whether Tyler wants to keep repping a big king or a 7.
He's gonna go with it. 0 equity bluff. Sometimes you pull him out of the bag. Tyler says now's the time. Doesn't look like it's gonna get through.
As you predicted, Alex with a pretty quick call.
Gulp from Tyler.
It's like, well, I'm gonna need
He's stepping out there. He's
like
got the 10 high.
Spade on the river would be fun to see if he goes for that.
Oh, this is a terrible card for him. It's got to be a full shutdown.
Yeah, obviously nobody's gonna fold anything on that river.
Well, I mean, you can get some flush draws to fold. But
Yeah, Tyler very aware he's probably doomed. Snap checks back, and
yeah, good river check at the very least.
Alex gets over 40 bigs after that pot. As you can see, the payouts are going to start really mattering. Almost a 5K pay jump at this point between 6th and 5th. 7K between 4th and 5th. Nearly 10K between 3rd and 4th.
It's getting juicy.
So coming into play, a ton plus some big bounties. And there we see Alex chipping up to 40 big blind, puts him pretty much a 3-way tie, 4-way tie really, for everybody except for the leader and one short stack. Kind of fun seeing 4 players there with almost an identical chip stack between 2nd and 5th place right now. You're going to see a lot of jockeying for position, especially as we were talking about a lot of these players have some big cashes and some deep runs in the past. They may not be concerned with making one pay jump as much as trying to establish yourself to get to heads up later on.
That was all I had to do the other
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if someone steps out, you know, and kind of goes out of bounds here to try to push the action.
And a lot of time when everybody's kind of grouped up in the middle there and you have one short stack, there's a lot of waiting for the short stack to bust. But given the fact it's about a 20-24 big blind short stack, it's not like they're
Oh yeah,
imminent. It's not an imminent bust out by any
very
means.
deep right now. We are 6-handed though, so which you know that it goes around quick and it just promotes a lot more action.
Can you do us a favor?
Everyone who opens is basically late position.
How much is left in the bounties in total?
Yeah. It's a question we were asking. Should have it like 5,000 left.
Yeah, the average value of bounty right now has to be, right? Because there's 6 of us.
I don't know how.
Bounties. Like 6 grand or something like that. There's at least a 25 and a 5K, right? So it's at least 5K is the average.
That is true. That was some quick good math there. There's a 25 and a 5 left, and there's 6 of us.
660.
We know at least the minimum here.
Yeah. As they're figuring out, each player's got a good couple of $1,000s in terms of equity in the mystery bounties.
6K is what that's worth right now.
During a break, we did like a PLO flip. We did like 6 PLO
6,500 or
flips, and everyone was a bounty.
6,100.
That's how we drew bounties. Or maybe like one PLO flip.
Flipping for
Alex
the bounty.
trying to propose one of the weirdest
Want to run a
options.
PLO flip for the
I would
bounties.
do one that way. No, but then,
Meanwhile,
that means it's somebody
he said the word PLO, and
Hank said yes.
Hanging Crypto Paul woke up a little bit. Crypto Paul hasn't spoken or shown emotion in 4 straight days, and he heard the word PLO and
Yeah,
kind of popped up in his chair there.
What's this now?
Or we just flip for one, and then whoever ends up winning the whole tournament just doesn't get one at the end. They don't get their own. You never know.
Alex wanting to do a flip for a mystery bounty right now.
Flip for one and the winner don't get one. That's nice.
That's a pretty interesting twist.
Yeah.
I'm not going to lie. I mean, obviously, the winner would get the bounty of the person knocked out plus the one remaining bounty. So it's like a double bounty if you take it down.
Gamblers at this table, they may be able to get
Saying,
something
why?
done.
Yeah, let's just do some runouts.
Mary Darnell says, could they chop what's left in the bounties if they wanted to? Yeah. Yeah, really, at this point, the money's all theirs. So it's just like at the end of a tournament. They can chop it any way they
So
want.
I've seen it done a lot of different ways, too. I know there was one event where the players elected to, instead of chopping the dollar amount, one by one just went up and pulled an envelope. Like, say right now, all 6 said, well, I'll just take one.
Yeah.
And what a sick run out that is. When
Yeah,
you're
I've heard of that too.
Meanwhile, Michael with aces in the small blind.
What's he gonna do here?
If Hang wakes up with something here,
Crazy Daisy.
this could be a massive pot if Hang wakes up with a hand.
Looks like he's gonna have enough to come along. King 9, pretty good blind versus blind. Gonna be in position against an aggressive small blind. Ben Bryan in the Facebook chat. What's up, buddy? How was it to be back in the Sunshine State after Vegas? Oh, good to be back. Very happy to be back here.
It's nice that you get to come back with a little bit of extra things than you left with, too. It was a heck
always
of
nice
a
to
good
come
summer
back
for
with
you.
more things.
Yeah, heck of a good summer for you. Obviously,
Yeah.
could always be a little bit better, but
Oh no,
I felt like every other day I was seeing a Facebook post from you, like, well, I'm running deep in this, running deep in this.
Yeah, it felt like that. Honestly, I'm
was great.
grateful. My best summer, so very Very happy for that. Yeah, thank you.
Similar to people being able to hop in the YouTube chat, root their player on here, I felt similar, refreshing WSOP event updates, especially when you made that shootout final table. Like, give me a new chip count. Show me a good chip count.
No, yeah, that was a wild ride. That was a fun feeling that night, just knowing I made the final table.
Yeah, always fun to make a final.
Bet on the flop, gonna take it down here for Michael. Hang couldn't flop anything.
Luckily for him, possibly.
Yeah, exactly.
Blind versus blind. You're not putting the small blind on aces.
Running good that I was a 9-5-3.
Looks like we're not going to see any of those PLO runouts.
No,
Chat, calm down.
no deal has been made.
So play continues on. 6-handed here. Coming to you live on the Best Bet live stream. Best Bet located in Northeast Florida. Total of 3 rooms. This being our primary location in Jacksonville. Room that I'm the manager of over in Orange Park, and our 3rd newest location down in St. Augustine. Got tournaments, cash games, promotions and events at all 3 rooms. Pretty much going around the clock.
Chris gonna open up the 7-9 suited here.
Looks like he just limped in, actually.
Oh yeah, he did just
Did
limp.
not elect to raise.
Yeah.
You would expect.
Interesting.
Action quickly checked around on that king, queen flop. And then we see pretty crummy run out for everybody's hand. Hang actually with the best hand, Jack high.
9's got a bet.
But
something.
yep, yeah, Chris reached for chips after a check to him on the river.
See if Hank can sniff something out here. That's 80.
He looks like he's thinking about it, and he is going to put in the call.
Like, what do you got here? Pocket twos?
So it almost looks like Chris has a pocket pair that got counterfeited the way it played out. So we're going to see Hank take down a pot with Jack high.
Good call.
By calling a river bluff, yeah. Not something you see every day, especially in tournaments.
Costly.
Disco in the chat asking who's doing the commentary. It's Mike and Eddie coming to you from Best Bet today. Obviously, would have preferred to see Eddie on the final table as opposed to hear him from covering the final table.
I tried.
But
I tried.
happy to have you here either way today, buddy. That's for sure.
Appreciate you. I got 20th, so it wasn't from lack of effort.
He was trying.
No bounties, though, so that's no good. Folded to the button.
And Hang in the current chip leader by a pretty wide margin.
All right, so Hang's not afraid to go after it here and take that chip lead.
Yeah,
Notice they just saw me call with Jack high, so we might not want to play.
and I don't know what it is about King Deuce, but I know in yesterday's coverage, I think we saw Hang play King Deuce more than any other hand. It just happened to be the hand he opened from the button
Something
over
about
and
that King
over.
Dewey.
He actually got one of his bounties by knocking a player out when he held King Deuce.
Paul just going to call here from the small blind. Ace 10
From
off.
Uncle Roger. It's like a, I don't know how to describe it. It's like an Asian chef who makes like parodies of white people cooking Asian food. And his big thing is like MSG. Yeah.
Looks like Paul is going to defend after Hang C-bets with his ace high. Kind of like what you talked about earlier today.
Yeah, if you're going to
If you're going to do that, you need to call.
Yeah. Looks like Hang might be waving the white flag here.
So definitely with him and Paul's history, maybe he knows that if Paul calls one street, he'll tend to keep calling down.
Paul going to take a nice little pot there by holding on the flop with his ace high.
Yeah, if you're going to defend instead of 3-bet, like Eddie says, and I would trust Eddie's judgment on how to play that kind of a hand more than my own, Said if you're just going to call pre-flop, you tend to have to call down ace high on safe runouts. And right there we see why.
10, 10, 35. Oh, well, it's not up there because Hank pulled a 5K.
Yeah, we both hold fine.
Disco back in the chat saying he busted day 1 and day 2. I remember that, Disco. I remember you popping in early into our live stream saying you were the first one out on day 2. Happy you hung on for the min cash at least.
In the money, yeah.
Never
that's
fun to bust.
right. It would have been a lot worse had you busted one spot before. WPT champion Josh Adkins in the Facebook chat.
Whoop, whoop.
Thank you for joining, sir.
It's a who's who showing up today.
That's best bet celebrity right there. Champion. Oh, I'm a celebrity. My brother, Gregory. Gregory Marskowski, the infamous. Welcome to the stream, sir.
Looks like Michael opened it up with Queen Jack suited, and Tyler out of the big. One of our current short stacks looks down at pocket kings. See how he can navigate with those to chip on up out of last place chip stack.
Let's raise it up. Let's go to 10.
Interesting here. So late position open. Aggressive player, 3 bets from the big blind. Michael has a little reason to call here if he wants to play a pot. Let's see what he chooses to do.
And definitely tempting to play this hand in position against one of the people you have covered. And Tyler, even though he's the shortest stack, still 20 big blinds behind after the 3-bet. So should you outflop him and take down a huge pot, you'd suddenly be contending for that chip lead with hang again. Just makes it feel like that risk reward is in his favor to continue.
Well, yeah, I mean, if Michael has any defends in this spot with suited connectors, maybe this one would be the best one. I don't know exactly how he looks at that. Some people might look at 8-9 or 9-10 as the best one. But if there are suited connector calls, you know, this could very well be in there. It looks like he is looking for calling chips. Just gonna see a flop here.
So $500,000 in chips in the middle. Equates to over 12 big blinds. Pretty big pot. 6-4 tray rainbow.
Great flop for kings.
Let's see how Tyler tries to extract some value.
Quick bet and fold there. Michael not connecting.
And we see Tyler chip up to 34 bigs. I mean, he was on the shorter side immediately. Just compounds how tight everybody is except for Hang. Hang having almost double everybody else right now.
Like deal this one?
Looks like they're discussing some kind of deal, maybe for the bounties.
Yeah, sounds like they might be chomping up the bounty pool. Not a lot of experience in discussion of chopping bounty pools. I don't know what the right move is here, to be honest.
Yeah, not bounty pools. I have a lot of experience in discussing chops.
Yeah. It's one of those, is the big stack incentivized to say no since he's more likely to knock players out?
100%. I wouldn't chop evenly if I had the chip lead. I mean, and I don't know how you can. You have to do the money, and
I think that would be more evident for Hang if there was, you know, a 10 big blind stack out there. It's just really interesting. Everybody's 30, 40 big blinds deep except for Hang holding about 70.
yeah, but you have to. There's gonna be, you know, like it ain't gonna be like that the whole time.
No.
All right, Alex opens King 8 off the button. Small blind comes with 8-9 suited, and big blind Chris 6-4 off. We've seen Chris be a little wide. He called in the first orbit of this final table, third player in, Queen 8 offsuit. So he likes to see flops.
I believe that one was out of his big blind as well.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
so definitely a big blind defender.
Look at them there. He's going to turn the stones here. Can't be beat. Can only be bluffed.
Not the strongest of cards, being the 6 of clubs, but
Yeah, he doesn't know he has the nuts here.
he's got them drawing dead. And well, looks like
Okay.
Alex is going to try to rep that face, like a face card club.
Interesting.
Seems moderately believable, given the fact he opened button, but then checked back that flop.
Well, I mean, King Jack, King Queen, all those with a club would really want to bet the flop, probably.
True, as it's 10-9 on the flop, right? All the straight draws would usually c-bet.
Chris is going to make that call. Wow. Let's see if he can hang on one more time. Or if Alex just gives it up. Looks
Yep.
like Alex just gives it up. Well done, Chris. Not just believing that turn bet. Like I said, it was a little. Why wouldn't he bet his one card Broadway flush hands? You know.
And if he doesn't bet those hands, then you would almost say he's more weighted towards like an ace high hand, turning a pair, and he wouldn't necessarily bet a turn pair when there's 4 clubs on board.
Turned
So
ace is not anything anyone's trying to get value from anything
Exactly, yeah.
worse. Like I would say, like there's some flop flushes in range, and then bluffs. You know?
the Chris fans go wild.
All the wives.
40 to go. 45, 47, 48.
So they quickly fold it around to the blinds. Chris limping in from the small blind with 6-5. Michael holding King 8 suited in the big. These two pretty similar chip stacks now. Michael not the overwhelming chip leader like he was to start out this table.
We're gonna see a flop.
Flop came down ace 10-9 with 2 hearts. Neither player with a pair right now. Looks like Chris checked it over. Michael put out a bet, and he's going to take it down rather easily with his king high. So everybody just kind of waving through. They're all sitting pretty deep.
I don't think so. That's good.
No real short stacks in play.
Yeah, nobody really to wait out at this point, so we're gonna be seeing some hands played, or at least we should. Alex gonna raise the ace deuce off.
90, 67, folded 8, folded 1.
Gets through everybody till hanging the big.
Looks like we're gonna see a flop.
8-5 suited. Definitely worth defending, especially given the fact he is the big stack. After hang calls, we are going to be off to a flop.
90, seat 7.
And that's an action board if I've ever seen one.
Wow,
Alex flopping 2 pair, hang,
wow, big.
flush draw, and gutter ball.
Hang might be looking at a check raise and try to get as many chips in here with these bounties at play.
Definitely a good spot to check raise,
No
I
deal,
would
man.
imagine.
Yeah, he's got the heart draw. He's got the gut shot.
Alex would be C-betting pretty much his entire range on that flop, I would assume.
Yeah, absolutely.
And really hard to put him on ace tray or ace deuce specifically. If he has anything, it'd usually be a one pair type hand.
Yep, hang with significant nut advantage. We wouldn't suspect Alex opening any 4-5.
Yeah, hang all the 4-5s in range out of the big blind.
Yeah. Oh, he's going to play it slow. Looks like he might not want to play a massive one right here.
Possibly just in case your opponent's holding king, queen of hearts, for example. Maybe not wanting to get it all in against a better flush draw, potentially. I don't know.
It's kind of just more maybe the preference of either do I want to go for it and go for the bounty and go for the massive chip lead, or preserve this chip lead, keep these pots small, poke and prod, and really try to get that first place.
And after we saw a clean 7 of clubs turn, Alex elected to check it back with his 2 pair.
He's going to wish he played it fast after he goes back and sees it.
Yeah, he's going to go bet and snap call on the river. Alex definitely required to put in the call after checking back turn and under-repping his hand. And like you said, Hang did go small on that river. Probably could have gotten more had he thought Alex was as strong as he was.
I'm super surprised that he checked back the turn. That's really what saved him. That's the reason Hang went small, because he doesn't expect him to check back any really big value hands.
I wouldn't expect him to check back an ace, let alone 2 pair.
Yeah.
So I assume Hang was targeting something like a middling pair.
Hang continues to run good too. Is just
so Hang
playing very well and obviously running extremely well.
Yeah, got to be over double the next closest chip stack at this point. So massive chip lead for Hang. Alex now our lone short stack. Alex, first act now with pocket 5 is going to open it up. This time it's Paul's big blind. See if he wants to defend with Jack 10. Would imagine he does. Sure enough, Paul calls.
Interesting.
Yeah, 9-7-4 rainbow board. So Paul holding a gut shot, plus 2 overs on this flop. Action did go check check.
Well, we could see a bet and a call here on the turn. Paul's probably going to want to try to clear out any ace and king highs that Alex may have in range. Alex is going to say that 5's pretty good, or that 4's pretty good. Let me call 1. Yep.
Ace comes on the river. Not a card Paul was looking to see by any means.
Great card for Alex. I wonder if he just checks it back. So just take it down. Could have got a 7, or potentially a 9 there to fold. But thinks the 5s are good, a good enough amount of time to just check it back.
Just like that, we see him get closer to the 30 big blind mark through Paul, and it puts them near the same chip stack with 30 bigs.
Jason Neal in the Facebook chat says, Eddie, are you going to play the $100 tournament tonight? That's a negative, Jason. I will not be. So go ahead and win that bad boy. It's all yours.
It's nice of you to give him permission to take it down.
Somebody's going to win it.
It's not going to be us here in the booth, that's for sure.
No, I'm going to let someone else take that one.
See how wide Hang really wants to be.
Yeah.
It does not open the jack tray. Thought he might.
Spidey sense is going off.
Yeah, as the 2 shortest stacks are to his left, and they're about the same chip stack size, so a little bit of ICM pressure on them.
Paul Lim's trying to get tricky, and
Owen limped in with the ace queen.
Alex with the quick check. Paul continuing the slow play here. Gonna check call, I imagine.
Yep, sure enough, we do see that call. 8 of clubs on the turn. Doesn't improve either player's hand. Now, river does improve both players, hitting the queen.
Great card for Paul. I'd like to see a value bet to try to get money from that 10x that's in Alex's range.
I guess instead he's going bluff catching here.
No, if you bet, I'd like to see a raise.
Call, Joe.
He can have the queen 9 and queen jacks that we can get some value from.
Same time, maybe he's thinking back to just 2 or 3 hands ago when Alex checked back a turn with a strong hand, thinking maybe he's doing it again here with a king. Just playing it a little bit safe.
You're right, the ace deuce check back was wild on the turn as well, but a king would be even more wild right here probably.
Yeah. Just wondering if that maybe plays a little bit of a role in Paul's mind of, you know, we've seen him check back monsters.
Yeah, could be worried like
Could
about
be doing it again.
river straights too.
Yeah, Jack 9 did come in.
Especially that size, I don't like to let him get away that easy.
Like to punish the thin value.
Yeah. Now if he goes bigger, I call.
Hundo raise, Hundo 2-1.
But when he goes small and I just call, I feel like he won the pot. Yeah.
If you're leaving money on the table, huh?
Yeah.
5-7. And a call.
Chris gonna open up the ace 9. Tyler gonna defend. Tyler at about 23 bigs.
Yeah, we recently saw blinds go up. Pushed all the 40 and 30 big blind stacks down just a little bit.
125.
You see Chris put out a C-bet on the ace-high flop. And Tyler is holding a gut shot to Broadway, but does let it go. 2 clubs on board, thinking maybe he only has 3 clean outs.
Yeah, so that ace high just hits opening ranges, so
And
heavily.
we have seen Chris play on a little bit tighter side. We saw him limp in earlier with a speculative hand rather than open it. So maybe first to act, you're weighting him towards those bigger hands with an ace. Now Michael looks like he might be tempted to do something here, but thinks better of it and lets it go. He's been rather quiet today so far. Came into the day with a massive chip lead over the rest of the field. And just, unfortunately for him, hasn't had anything to really do with it.
Raise, Hundo C5.
Paul gonna get to work with the 7-6 suited here.
Call on 7.
Alex just going to call from the button.
Another flat call with a stack that could easily look to get it in.
Like we talked about earlier, Chris does love defending his big blind pretty liberally.
And this is another wide defend. It's gonna flop top pair. Best hand.
Yeah, the out kicks Paul's top pair. Both flopping a pair of 6s on a rainbow board.
We saw him fire right out with that queen top pair earlier.
It's like he's thinking about doing the same again.
150.
So just under a half pot lead here into the pre-flop razor. Paul obviously going to be going nowhere.
Fold 7. Heads up.
Alex does get out of the way.
That's gonna slow some things down.
You'd think so. And Trey on the turn could have brought in a lot of different straights.
Chris has a lot of 5s in range. Paul shouldn't have too many, although we did see him open the 6-7. He's gonna make another call.
And five on
that
the river.
Gin.
Gonna give Paul the best hand. Chris checks it. And now Paul's just gonna rip it. Trying to get a call to Chris. Chris, pretty easy to assume that your opponent's doing us a bluff. He shouldn't have very many 7s in his range. Again, Paul was the pre-flop raiser. Didn't even open from the button. It was the cutoff, so it negates, you know, a little bit more there. Really hard for a pre-flop opener to have a 7 in their hand.
Love this play from Paul. Just do this with all of your range.
Yeah, especially when Chris checks it over. Almost guarantee that he's never going to have a straight, as he would probably bet for value if he was holding 6-7 himself. So he would definitely make a bluff this way.
Such a tough call off because he does have some 7s, you know, pocket 7s. The sevens with the diamonds. I mean, they're in there, so it's not like at a super low rate. You just gotta let it go.
And these two, essentially with the same chip stack size, if the graphics are correct, Chris only has 30K more, less than one big blind. So it is for his tournament life, more or less. And he'd be calling for a chop, hoping the straight on the board.
So had I not, yeah, well, that's had I known that, because if you cover Chris, you want to say all in so you can get the bounty. But if he covers you, you can go smaller to try to just get paid, right? Like if the bounty's not on the line, now it's less incentive to go so big, because this is a really, really tough call off without, you know, just trying to chop. But if you bet, you know, 700-800, he's going to call a decent amount of time for a chop, and you're going to get all those chips. So interesting. I thought actually Paul had him covered, but
now, I mean, with how close it is, he very may well have him covered by a little bit.
Yeah.
It runs very, it's so close that one chip being miscounted in the graphics, that is, not in the pot itself.
Yeah, and
could mean it is for a bounty.
You know, we didn't see him ask for a specific count, so it's probably tough to know exactly. He may have thought he had him covered too.
He also may think that if he's calling $500,000, he's calling $1 million.
No, but $500,000 is so different than your whole stack, right? It's like,
right.
You know, you're leaving if you're gone now. If you're wrong, and for 600K, you still have 600K. You know, you still have 12 big ones.
Yeah, and Chris, all the way in the blender.
Yeah, can't make this call.
Does make the correct laydown. Frustratingly folding there. And we're going to see Paul definitely climb into the second place chip stack now. We said we were waiting for some of those middling stacks to make a move against one or the other and separate themselves, and Paul's the first one to do it.
Both of Chris's donk leads from the big blind he's lost both pots.
Yeah, that one definitely more unfortunate than prior. This time around, he got chips in the middle with the best hand and let it go when he didn't have the best hand, to his credit. But as you say, the donk leads tend to put you in some precarious spots.
Yeah, you're subject to bad runouts because you're giving up a lot of your information right out the gate.
And also, I think it allows Paul to play his hand pretty much perfectly to get the max value should he have you beat.
Yep. Lose the minimum when you don't, and then get away with some bluffs on scary runouts.
Yep.
Chris back at it, raising up the ace-8 from the small blind. Michael going to come along with queen-8. Chris in a good spot here.
And his ace high is still good. Rainbow board of king tray. Michael could easily believe his queen high is good on this board.
Yeah, no real reason to start betting with queen high when it can easily be the best hand, and ace highs aren't folding. So just check it on back.
Yep, keeps on checking down to the river.
Oh, now there's the spicy card.
Yeah, 8 on the river. Both players probably think their hand is good at this point.
100 probably just going to get a call. Had he bet smaller, maybe you can put a little thin raise, but 100 probably just call. Never fold, obviously. He's thinking about putting a little more in there.
It does in fact call like you thought. Michael gonna get the bad news. Chris getting to scoop a pot here, having the better kicker. So one pot goes away from Chris, one pot comes in for Chris. And just kind of a summation of Michael's day right there. Just not really much going right for him.
Yeah, I think Michael's played well. I haven't seen him get out of line, do anything egregious. He's just kind of playing his hands, waiting for these other guys to mess around. Yep. He's hoping to make a few hands while he waits. Let's
see if the patience pays off. Obviously, you can't force good hands and good situations to come your way. You just got to take them as they come. Unfortunately for Michael, they've gone 2 to his left with Hang getting all of the hands and a lot of good scenarios early.
but still a lot of room.
Yep.
Room left to play.
Lots of time left. Alex going to open up the suited ace from the hijack. Over to our chip leader Hang with a better ace.
And Alex just under 20 bigs.
He's going to play it slow too. And this is another spot where Hang could try to get his opponent all in and look for to go bounty hunting. Of course, when you jam right here and get called, you're going to be in bad shape. But when you flat, you're going to dominate your opponent's range a lot, which is what we see here.
And as played, we do see Alex put out the C-bet on the King-Queen-4 rainbow board.
Hang won't be going anywhere.
No. Nut, no pair, plus Broadway draw. Ace high may be good right now. You have a draw at the nuts. You have an overcard as well, just in case they're holding King Jack or King 10.
Yep. Yeah, he's coming along for sure.
Definitely not folding to one bet by any means.
Oh,
what
wow.
What do we know?
For sure. Yikes.
And this is why we're in the booth.
Whatever it was a good play.
No, the play is to call. Interesting fold there from Hang. I guess he just thinks Alex is going to be too snug and not so anxious to c-bet into the chip leader. But as we see, Alex took the old ace-3, no back doors, and
Yeah. Now,
got the much better ace to fold. Well played.
and there has not been a break of any kind yet. So really the players have no information from what has happened. They're just going with the feel that they have at the table so far today. So maybe he just thinks Alex is playing a little bit tighter
Yeah, he's
based on how things have gone.
going to find out. Alex is one of the guys going for it here.
Not afraid of Zhang's chip lead, Hang Zhang's chip lead, you know.
Okay, Hang folds 3s here. Tyler opens. Another pretty tight fold. In the small blind, I don't hate it, but it just kind of gives you an idea of where Hang's head is at right now. He's not looking to play any really big pots. He's looking to just nickel and dime his way up there.
Yeah, small ball, chip up. See some people bust out. But it'd be interesting to see if anybody picks up on that when they go to break and watch it back. If they see how tight he's been playing all of a sudden, they might start targeting. Opening a little bit lighter, c-betting a little bit lighter. If you know somebody's overfolding, you might as well. Comes a low variance route to chipping up.
He's like, that's no fun.
Once again, do appreciate everybody tuning in, hanging out with us on this nice Monday afternoon, creeping into early evening on a Monday. Getting closer and closer.
Mike Kroger here with Eddie Marskowski at Best Bet, Jacksonville. Card Player Poker Tour main event.
Yep, so $1,700 buy-in on this main event with the Mystery Bounty format. Nice amount of entries culminating in 47 players coming back to day 2 yesterday and played down to the final 9 that we had here today. 6 players currently remain, all vying for that first place prize, $74,000 up top, plus one of the coolest trophies you'll ever see.
Chris opens hijack. Looks like Paul's considering 3-bet here from the small blind, ace jack off. Perfectly suitable candidate.
And that looks to be what's happening.
Let's see what this size is here. 270. 270?
It's like 280.
280.
Close to
okay.
3x. Chris is open.
Okay, so this is a little smaller than we've become accustomed to seeing, especially from out of position, but it's going to get the job done.
So we haven't seen a ton of light 3-bets on this table either. So easy for Chris to think that it is a monster. Let's go with his 10-8 suited pretty quickly. And Paul almost up to 50 bigs. Slowly walking away from those other middling stacks. Similar to what you were talking about with Hang. I think Paul, you know, happily taking down some uncontested pots and chipping up slowly and surely.
Yeah. Oh, I mean, that's going to be his approach too. You know, he's not one of these massive pot players. He's a silent assassin. You know, he sits there and plays really good. He's going to try to exploit you with his sizes and slowly chip up just the way he is. Not surprised to see it at all.
Silent Assassin seems to be the most accurate name. If anybody's watched Paul, including the mystery bounty pools, he hasn't shown 1 ounce of any emotion that you could pick up a read on.
He's a robot.
So that'll be our viewership bounty. If anybody can pick up a physical tell on Paul, we'll find some sort of prize for you to be named later. Luckily, we won't have to figure it out because
Paul is
I
not
don't
gonna be
think
happy
you're going to
about
pick
this.
up anything.
Paul's not happy about this.
He's a robot.
Somebody's
He doesn't
gonna be
feel happy or sad.
dissecting every hour of footage that Paul's played at the stream table.
Like, we saw him walk off to break and he smiled slightly when his food arrived. Like, that's
He shows emotion when his food arrives. 7-8 suited going to find the muck here. A little too early position. Michael with just 25 bigs now. I don't blame him for snugging up a bit.
5, 7, 1.
Over to the blinds. Tyler in the small. It's going to limp. Trashy 9 Dewey. Chris going to knuckle the king 8.
I think he'd be more inclined to fold should he think Chris is more apt towards raising out of the big blind.
Yeah, 9 deuce is pretty dusty.
5.
But dusty or not, he led the flop after he flopped a pair. Chris with the top pair put in the call. 10 of diamonds on the turn does slow Tyler down. Checking it on over. Now Chris betting for value with top pair. Does have the king of diamonds for the second nut flush draw now as well.
Wow. Loose call here.
Well, don't think he's going to have the option to put a loose call in on that river. Queen of diamonds comes out, putting 4 diamonds on board. Chris holding that second nut flush. Just going to see what size he goes for here. Does bet pretty small, going for some value. Obviously Tyler turbo mucks.
I think Chris showed him.
See Chris showing the king of diamonds again. We saw him show a hand earlier, blind versus blind, when he had an ace flopping top pair, trying to buy a little bit of good image. Guessing he's
Wants people to continue folding.
yeah, and take the low variance route. If you can open and steal the blinds.
Doc Stukes in the YouTube chat. Welcome to the stream, Doc.
And Paul, again with a playable hand, opening it up with ace, jack of diamonds. Seen him be fairly active as of late.
Big one for Chris.
And the last time we saw Paul put in a 3-bet, it was against Chris. Probably fresh in Chris's mind.
Let's see what sizing Chris uses here. We saw Paul go small 2.8. Looks like Chris is going to go 3.5 from the small blind here. Paul with a too good of a hand to fold. I think he's going to have to continue unless he can make some kind of live hero exploit fold. And he ain't. It's a pretty quick call.
So queens versus ace jack. Off to a 6 high flop. 6 trade deuce, 2 clubs.
Wow.
And instead we see Chris just rip it. First to act. Really hoping that Paul had an overpair lower than his.
Time for now, y'all got Jake coming back in.
going to take it down. He elected not to show that time.
Yeah, no show there. Gonna have to wait for the stream to catch up for that one.
Again, do appreciate everybody hanging out, watching with us. If you like what you are watching, feel free to hit that like, subscribe, maybe even notification bell. We'll be coming to you with live streams all through the month of September, just like we are in August here. Always cash game streams on Thursday, Friday, and Saturday, and anytime we have a big tournament here at Best Bet Jacks, we try to live stream the final table action as much as we can. Sometimes some featured tables of events. We have a 100K event guarantee next month. It's going to kick off with 5 different flights starting in late September. 400 buy-in, 100K guaranteed. I'm sure we'll have some coverage from that event as well.
Go 110, 7, holding. 110 to go.
All right, Alex with 21 bigs gonna open the ace deuce suited.
Everybody lets it go very fast. No issues for Alex on that one.
Nope. Couple of raise and takes, back-to-back hands there. C5, but we are down to 6 here. There at 6th place is going to be taking home $15,577 in first, playing for that $74,000 up top.
Hang getting a playable hand on his button. Hang's the current chip leader. Although Paul, right there in the small blind, has accumulated quite a few chips recently.
Another raise and take it.
And action quieting down for a minute here. Saw a couple of big hands, a couple of big clashes recently. Just a slight lull in the action as nobody's waking up with some big coolers or any playable hands to battle back right this second. Hang's going to let go of the King 10.
Wow, tight fold. Paul says, I'll open the Queen 4 suited. You're going to let me do it?
Yeah.
Alex with the real hand.
Yeah, off
21 big blinds.
say off a 20 big blind stack with ace queen. Just going to rip it against the button open.
That is going to get it done.
So it was a 3-bet and take that time.
Go 125.
So Alex getting it open it up from the button. King and 9 offsuit. We have seen Chris defend his big blind nearly every time regardless of his holding. Looks down at ace 5 suited. He's going nowhere this time again. Flop came 10-10-4, rainbow board. So Alex's king high is still in the lead. Interesting to see if Alex does continuation bet here. Elects to check it back. Another 10 on the turn. Action goes check, check again. See if either player can improve on the river. River is a 5 for Chris, giving him a full house. He does check it over. Alex deciding to just check it back with his king high rather than putting out some sort of bet. Happy to take his king high to showdown there. Gets the bad news that Chris boated up on the river.
Yeah, probably. Let's find a bet. Deny equity.
So Chris with another pot. Another big blind defend. Another pot goes his way. So he knocks Alex right back down to the like that 20 big blind mark. Interesting here is Tyler's off of 17 bigs, raises it up with his 8-7 suited. Chris gonna put in the call at king queen out of the small blind.
Okay, things getting a little hairy for Tyler. See if he can find a way to win this spot. Gonna be tough.
Yeah, queen 7-6 flop. Top pair for Chris, middle pair for Tyler. Chris does check it over. I've seen him lead quite a few times with top pair flops. This time aware that Tyler probably going to put in a C bet. Really interested to see if Chris puts in a check raise here, given how short Tyler is.
Yeah, he's gonna jam.
Yep, try to get a call out of somebody that you have out-kicked. Get that bounty, take the pot down now.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough to get a call here. Even if you had a hand like queen 9, like, you know. Would have liked the small little raise and then keep going.
Yeah, Tyler going to think it over. Just trying to figure out if Chris would be doing this with something like 4-5, 8-9. Would he do it with an open-ended straight draw, or is it just always a queen? We have seen Chris pretty much play more face-up and snug when he has a hand. Haven't seen him get too semi-bluff happy by any means.
Yeah, and you have an 8, which is a, you know, if you want to have a hand like 5-8 or 8-9, it's going to be tough when you got the 8.
So yeah, after thinking about it, Tyler does let it go. And Chris, I think that puts him over 50 bigs. Just out of nowhere becoming a pretty big chip stack.
Yeah, it's had a nice last level here.
So heck of a run for him.
Chipping up, Tyler chipping down. He's going to be nearing 10 bigs. Looks like maybe 11 big blinds.
Yeah, and Alex sitting on about 20, Michael on about 30. Chris, Heng, and Paul kind of walking away as the top 3 now.
So now we have the dynamic of
the shorty
and the big stacks know it, and they're going to be putting pressure on the middling stacks. And the mid stacks just have to take it. It's pretty much all they can do. You know, unless you're dealt a premium where you can push back, you just got to sit back, eat it, and hope the short stack loses his first all in.
And here we see a chance at that dynamic you're just talking about, as Hang the big stack wakes up with ace king. Paul open under the gun. Paul with one of those more top of middle chip stacks right now, sitting in third.
Yeah, Hang gets to put a lot of pressure here, and Paul's just got to fold away so much of his range.
Yeah, like you said, Tyler sitting over there off of a 10 big blind stack. Pay jumps mattering a ton at this point.
Even
Don't.
king jack suited, Paul would just have to fold. It's not worth. You know, if you're more like, you're going to be likely to fold post flop too, because the same situation, the short stack's over there. So if you know you're going to be even tighter than normal post flop, stay away from that whole situation and get rid of it pre.
You just have to take the simple route with a short stack in play. Pay jumps as big as they are on a final table. Marcus over in chat asking, what is the date of that 100K tournament we were talking about? I forgot to say it, my apologies. It is September 21st, 22nd, and 23rd for the day ones. Day 2 in that event will be on Sunday, September 24th. So if you're trying to look ahead for a good weekend to sneak on into Best Bet Jacksonville, I would mark that one down your calendar. Got Thursday and Friday, or Thursday flights at 12 and 6. The Friday flight only at 6. And the Saturday flights at noon and 6 again. Again, everybody coming back for Day 2 action on Sunday the 24th. And I believe we will be live streaming that final table as well next month. Meanwhile, Hang going to keep putting that pressure on. Puts in a 3-bet with his ace-jack. After Michael opened it with King 6 suited, Michael has to snap fold.
I love it. I love it.
The
Hang.
pressure.
Hang knows what's going on here. He's got the chips.
And especially like we talked about not too long ago, Hang was playing a little bit snug and tight. So if anybody's aware of that, or obviously they did notice that he was folding a lot on the table, buys him a little bit more credibility, even with the dynamic forcing it to happen anyhow.
Yeah.
And now that short stack Tyler looks down at ace-jack. 11 big blinds under the gun.
Feels good enough.
Definitely ripping it here. Do not want to do anything other than shove, as the big blind is going to hit you next hand.
Chris, king queen suited.
Yeah, definitely call worthy.
Very, especially with that bounty on the line. You'd think Tyler would be shoving this king 10 suited, and king jack suited, queen jack suited, so you could be in really good shape.
Yep. Near flipping against any weak ace.
Yep. And all the pairs that are in Tyler's shoving range. Feels like a call. He wants to.
So the only factor is that he has all the players behind him.
Yeah, that's the scary part. Is
But he does.
You'd hate to put 11 big blinds in there and then never see a flop.
Did see him make the call. We saw Michael fold king queen immediately after.
Oh.
So 2 of his outs will be dead.
Oh.
But look at Alex.
Oh, wow. Alex is going to have to ship, and then Chris is, it's not even going to be that much more.
Yeah,
Wow.
only 10 big blinds more on this all in.
This is going to be.
We see the shove from Alex. So there's potential of a 3-way all in here. Absolute insanity. We had a kind of a mini lull there in the action, and suddenly it comes flying back.
Got made up for. Andrew Dykeman says a lot of sunglasses at this final table. Yeah, we do have. Look at all these glasses. 4 right there. Everybody in the picture.
And now, only 10 big blinds more for Chris to call. He's probably a little sick to his stomach seeing in the back jam. Jam behind him, that is. Priced in to put in the call. Unfortunate spot for him to be in. But at the same time, if you spike your queen, you got 2 pulls of that 25K bounty that's in there.
But you got to think, is your queen even good? It's like, what you know, you could be up against kings, aces.
Yep, sure enough, we see Chris put in the call. So 3-way all in coming. Massive, massive pot here. Huge implications. So we're going off to a flop.
I like it. Mike's standing up in the booth here. Big moment.
And it does come
Oh,
with a
king,
queen.
queen. Wow.
Flop for Chris. Jack on the turn, life for the aces.
Oh, ace on the river. That's going to give
Wow.
Alex the 2 pair. Oh,
And
wow.
he gets the elimination.
Chris had it locked until that river.
Oh, heartbreak for Chris. Flopping top 2 pair.
Wow.
Your opponent's drawing dead to Broadway or runner.
He was winning on the turn, and both players beat him on the river.
Oof.
That was a big one.
And we're going to see Alex out of nowhere, waking up with ace-king in the big blind in an amazing spot, skyrocket. All the way up to 57 big blinds.
Wow.
Nearly a triple up.
Massive pot. Massive.
And Chris would have been overwhelming chip lead.
Tyler's going to go home in 6th place. He's going to take home $15,577 for his efforts. The Bounty Wizard, after getting 2nd last time, gets 6th this time. Well played, sir.
Yeah, GG to Tyler indeed. Heck of a run. Yet again in a mystery bounty.
What a river. We could have been down to 4.
Yeah, and Chris would have been chip leader.
Wow.
Instead, he's on the shorter side of things. Michael's still shorter than him, though.
If you guys fold, you are on a break.
He did get a pay jump.
Looks like we're going to be on a 15-minute break at the conclusion of this hand, folks. Don't you worry. We'll be right back here for the action as soon as they're back. Paul's going to raise and take from the button with the king-queen. And we're off. We'll see you in 15.
Just to make it keep going.
All right, guys, just wanted to come back real quick because Alex did elect to do his bounty pull here, and he did pull a 5K bounty. So Alex did pull another 5K. I believe there is one 5K bounty left, but that 25K bounty is still out there. So, yeah, the 25K bounty is still out there. Alex, who did just pull his latest bounty, it's a 5K one. So, yeah, still a lot of big bounties left out there. But, yeah, we'll be back. We'll come back again with more final table action in about 13 minutes or so, guys. So just hang tight with us during the break. Appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. Be back with more final table action here on Best Bet Live.
Dennis Prager has dedicated his life to discovering truth and teaching that God most wants us to be good. But America has turned upside down because people can't speak truth. Dennis and I talked about many issues plaguing our current society, including pornography, the sexualization of our children, and our failing education system. If conservatives are just as bad as the left at ad hominem attacks, taking video clips out of context and piling and turning on each other, how will we ever save America? This conversation has been 13 years in the making. It's a special one for me. Hi.
Hi.
You know, it's interesting. I was thinking about the fact that you've interviewed me a bunch of times.
That's right.
And I've never interviewed you.
It's a very interesting insight.
So I get to ask you anything.
Anything, absolutely anything. God, I've had you on my fireside chat. I've had you on my radio show.
Yes.
That's exactly right.
Yeah.
Does it feel awkward?
It feels a little stressful because I'm not going to do as good of a job as you do at interviewing.
Okay.
But
That is very funny.
but I'm also a very curious cat, so I get to ask
I was on the way to work and I got rear-ended. The first person that I called was Morgan & Morgan. With Morgan & Morgan, the process in general, very easy. All I had to do was e-sign, so everything was sent via email. I never had to come into the branch to sign off on any paper. I could be in a different state, and for me to just do this, click this e-sign, I'm like, okay, it's easier than you think. My attorney made sure all the steps were laid out in front of my face for me to actually read. On a scale of 1 to 10, I'll give them a 12. That's not even on the scales.
All right, break is over. Players are about to resume play here. Thanks for everybody who hung with us through the break. Obviously, the players have to take one every now and then. Appreciate you all joining with us, staying through, and now we're back at it, five-handed.
That's right, 5 left here in this best bet main event, $1,700 mystery bounty. I'm Eddie Marskoski here with Mike Kruger and Big Country on the 1s and 2s, bringing you all the action. Blind versus blind matchup here.
And Chris and Michael again. Looks like Chris limped in. Seen him do that from the small blind a few times to Michael's big. Elected not to bet the 8 on the flop.
Michael getting down, getting a little short, 13 big blinds.
Yeah, came in as the chip leader to this final table. Has had pretty terrible go of things, I would say. Haven't seen him get too many playable hands. No good situations to chip up or steal. Just you get high hopes when you come in as a chip leader, and sometimes it just doesn't go great.
Yeah, sometimes that happens. You know, it's all about how you navigate what the sea throws at you. Sometimes she's calm, sometimes she's rocky.
Obviously, no fault of his own. You can't control the cards you get dealt.
Yeah, of course. Happens to the best of them.
Oh no, yeah, you weren't in the
If he would have tilted and let it got it to the best of him, maybe he would have busted sooner. Instead of sitting here, guaranteed at least 5th place money. Action now folds around to Chris. Right before break, we saw Chris lose a pretty big pot. In a 3-way all-in where he flopped top 2 pair, giving him a lot of false hope to become chip leader. Instead, runner, got the pot shipped away from him. See if he can recover. Meanwhile, as we're talking about Michael on the short stack, it's on him in the small blind. Hang, an active player to his left with a decent chip stack. Looks like Michael's going to go for the steal. Rips it into Hang. And now Hang looks down at an ace. Immediately asks for a chip count. Gotta see if it's worth putting in the call with his ace-7. Thinking about it. And sure enough, he is going to put in the call. So all in. And a call. Off to the races, Michael versus Hang.
Yeah, ace-7, too good to fold. Michael going to need a 9 or a 10. Oh, there's the ace. It's over. And Michael is going to be eliminated in 5th place. $20,432. Came in as a chip leader, like we just said. Just had a bit of a rocky start. Was able to ladder all the way here to 5th, even with that rocky start. So 20K score nonetheless. And Hang, another bounty under his belt. Let's see if he decides to pull that bounty quickly or wait. And they're still, I think they're still discussing somehow chopping the bounties, but he's He's definitely got that one under his belt.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't be inclined to discuss a chop while I have a ticket in my pocket.
Well, that yeah, but we're not chopping that one.
Yeah, like I'm going to go ahead and try to pluck that 25K before you guys want to discuss anything. For anybody unaware, it's the mystery bounty format, and there is a 25K bounty still live. That is the second biggest prize that was given away. We saw the 50K get pulled by Card Player Tour extraordinaire this last week. Wendy Liu saw her final table and come in second place in Event 1. She made it to, I believe, the final 2 tables in this event. Heck of a nice run for her. Had a really good series. I'm sure we'll see her again on either the cash games or the tournament live stream tables in the near future.
Oh yeah, she's a staple. We're gonna see Wendy.
And we saw her playing that 10-25 game the other night, so some of the bigger games coming next month may see her on them as well. All the bounty money she just collected.
All right, so things change a little bit here. Four-handed. Chris opening ace-jack. Paul lets go the queen-10 suited in the small blind. Wow.
No prior, we did see Chris playing on the safer side of things. Obviously, that was a little bit more full of a table now. Four-handed is going to force him to open up. See how everybody adjusts to playing four-handed. Again, 4 players left in our 1700 Card Player Tour main event. 74,000 up top for whoever should take this one down. Every player left on this table obviously vying for that first place, including Paul and Chris here. Heads up, Queen Jack versus 7-6 suited. Pretty interesting flop as they both have a straight draw.
Straight draw for both. Let's see if Paul wants to play it fast. He does.
Should the 10 come out, give both players a straight, things would get a little crazy in that scenario.
Yes, they would.
Both players started this hand with right around 30 big blinds. So this pot is starting to gain some more and more importance as it balloons up.
Oh,
that's a fun turn.
Yeah, Chris won't be going anywhere now, that's for sure. Check, check to the river.
Yeah, 8 of clubs on the river. Neither player improving. Chris, knowing his 7 high is no good, reaches for some betting chips. Only way he can win is with a bluff. And that bluff does get through as Paul's going to lay down his queen high.
Well played, Chris. That 8 just spikes him. You know, he would call flop with all his 8s, all his 9s, and you could value bet a 9, and if you hit an 8, you could certainly value bet that.
Yeah, nice size pot going his way. Him and Paul started that hand with about 30 big blinds each. Now Chris up to 35, Paul down to 25. Creates a little bit of separation from your opponent there.
Chris Parisi in the Facebook chat. Welcome, sir. And Sarah Lee, thanks for watching.
We're talking with Johnny about a bounty chop.
120. Yeah, hold on.
That's 60,000 big blind. Paul's going to raise it up, 120,000. Over to hang in the big blind, couple of ducks.
See what he elects to do off of his big stack. Does put in the call. It's an ace-high flop, so good for Paul in terms of having the betting lead. Does in fact fire out a C-bet when it checks over to him.
Hang with the slightest of backdoors. Any 3-5's going to give us a gut shot and potentially reason to donk a lead. He's going to make the call here.
So he's pretty aware that Paul would C-bet with any sort of paint.
Okay, just a monster card for Paul to continue firing.
Not the turn card Hang wanted to see for sure. Hoping to dodge any Broadway cards. Did open the door for Paul to continue firing, and that's going to get the job done. So Paul getting some chips back that he just lost in the previous hand to Chris. They're circling around. These guys are all going to be jockeying for position, trying to keep chipping up and get to the heads-up play, go for the win.
There's that bounty, hand it to Hang. See if he's going to use it.
It is not one of those situations where if you don't use it, you lose it, unfortunately. You can be patient if you would like to.
Not recommended.
We did see one person employ that strategy yesterday. It did not work out in his favor, unfortunately.
That's a little safer when there's, still 30 left. But when you got 4 in there, and one of them's a 25K, you're probably going to want to go pick.
And one of those situations where you want to realize your equity in a big way before it's too late.
Right. You don't want Paul to go yank it before you do.
So speaking of Paul yanking, it looks like he's trying to yank this pot away from Hang. Bluffing with 4 high on a 9-deuce-deuce flop. Hang going nowhere with his 9. Puts in the call. Now 8 of diamonds on the turns. Very safe card for Hang. See if Paul wants to continue firing or not. Does elect to just shut it down. Checking it back. River's a 5 of clubs. No flushes complete. Can't imagine either player would have 6-7 in this scenario, given the action this far. And we saw Hang throw out a value bet. Paul's going to lay down the nut low. 4 high. Not going to be good. Playing the board. Pretty hard to do. There's a 5 out there. But Hang getting to take it down, which fun for him as it was blind versus blind. Obviously want to establish some dominance over the opponent you're going to be in hands against more frequently. And Chris first act with Jack-10 offsuit. Yeah,
worth a raise?
Yeah, definitely worth a raise four-handed.
Dan McCarty from Arizona tuning in. Thanks for joining.
I appreciate everybody tuning in from all over the place.
Haynes got an ace-3, contemplating a 3-bet here, it looks like.
Yep. From the button, put the pressure on. Chris, one of those middling chip stacks.
Yeah, that's beautiful. Love it.
That's what you dream of when you can accumulate a somewhat big stack in a tournament, is you can just keep putting pressure on and chip up nice and slow without too much resistance. Seems somewhat counterintuitive when you first start playing that 3-betting light in those kind of spots is actually lower variance than it originally seems.
Yeah, sometimes the aggressive route is the safest route.
Okay.
Here he goes. Hang's gonna pull. He said, "Okay, what do we got here?"
He's like, "All right, I'm done opening and I'm done 3-betting. Let me pull a bounty."
We got to get that shot over there on him. Oh, it doesn't know he's over there. Maybe he'll come back to the table. Yeah, he's going to bring it back to the table.
Yep. Got the envelope. Let's see what Hang gets as we see this board.
Big flop for Alex. Nothing going for Chris.
9-7-5. All clubs might slow it down a little bit.
Well,
the reaction says it all.
He barely looks at it and just puts it on the side table. Okay, 500 down. So there's 2 5Ks and a 25K left. Oh, and a 1K.
Yeah, just all the big ones holding in. Kind of crazy that 2 5Ks made it this far along with the 25.
That 25 holding strong.
4 players left.
That'd be so
36K
great if
in
they
bounties
got
alive.
heads up and the 25K was still there.
That would, the implication would be insane. Like,
You'd really probably just chop the prize pool at that point and then just
play for that
winner gets
bounty.
the bounty. Yeah.
Well, at that point, it's you win 25 plus whatever the other envelope would hold at that point.
That's a big one.
That's
yeah.
nuts. Kind of like a PKO format where you scoop your own bounty should you win it.
Exactly.
So the prize pool is chopped for first and second generally, and the winner gets a huge payday from the bounties in that scenario. And wow, we see Chris going for it, repping a big club. Alex holding the club, puts in the call.
Oopsie daisy.
Monster Kill over in the chat asking about Alex pulling the bounty from that three-way ace-king hand. I believe he pulled it right after we got back from break, and I'm pretty sure he pulled a 1K. I think it was the last 1K in circulation. I know he did not pull the 25. We would have seen a much happier version of him post-pull. If my memory serves me correct, that's what Alex got. Didn't pull any of the big ones. Obviously still happy as can be from winning that three-way all-in. Was looking pretty doom and gloom on the flop when Chris flopped top two pair versus his top pair. Fortunately for him, he caught that ace on the river to knock out an opponent and nearly triple up.
Looks like Paul's going to raise it up with the king-jack. Hanging the big blind. 8-5 again.
Yeah. Certainly a playable hand from this position. See Hang put in the call. We're off to a 9-7 deuce rainbow flop, so Hang does flop a gutter ball. Plus some backdoor diamonds. Paul just 2 overcards. Looks like we are going to see Paul put out a c-bet though.
Yeah, we could see a check raise here from Hang. This is certainly a hand that we want to continue with, but continuing with 8 high has no showdown value, so maybe we want to continue in the form of a check raise on this high pressure spot.
Especially considering what I would imagine is a pretty favorable board for your big blind defend range.
Yep.
You have a lot of the 9s, a lot of the 7s. Connects well with your hand.
Yeah, here we go. He puts it in.
Yes, excellent read by Hang of the situation. Again, Hang, a very experienced player. Seen him make a multitude of deep runs both here and afar. Has yet to have a career first place finish though in any event that I could see.
He's working hard right now to change that.
Yeah, he's made a lot of final tables.
Love that check raise right there. Just
he wants to win.
Able to really go for it here with the chip lead and understands that, and that's just one of our best check raise bluff candidates, so get to work.
Looks like, I think after that pot, he's getting closer and closer to 50% of the chips in play. Starting to be able to start walking away with it if he likes. Keep the pressure on those middling stacks. Not a lot anybody can do about it is nobody's down in that 10 big blind mark. There's no overwhelming short stack. And obviously nobody wants to bust as the pay jumps start mattering a lot more with every knockout we see. Like Chris opened the button with his ace-9, and it's on Paul deciding what to do with 7-5 suited from the big. Both players just over 20 big blinds to start the hand. Paul does elect to put in the call. Paul with a monster flop, 5-5-4. 3 of a kind for him. Looks like Chris elected to check back his ace high rather than c-bet. Aware that that board hits the big blind player more often. An ace high may be good.
Chris acting very quickly with his actions as well. I mean, if I were at the table, I would be looking into that.
Some of the timing tell possibilities.
He's been doing it pretty genuine, like pretty honest, as I like to look at it. And
like fast means honest.
You can get a lot from that.
And here we saw Paul lead on the turn. Chris does let go of his ace high there.
Good fold.
Yeah, fortunate fold for him. Probably never easy to let go of ace high in that spot, given the fact you checked back the flop. Could be good. Don't want to get bluffed off of a hand by Paul, who's more than capable of pulling some bluffs. We've seen a few today. Just talking about it with Hang. Paul, another player who also has no first place finishes in anything major. We've seen him. He's got every place 2nd through 6th in a big event.
Yeah.
Just no first places as of yet.
Yeah, I've played final tables with Paul. That's surprising. He'll get one too. Both him and Hang.
Pretty sure I saw a place finish of every single digit except for the number 1.
Yeah.
It's got to be frustrating for him.
Well, first is tough, man. There's a lot of. It's not just, oh, you're good, you're gonna win one. No, there takes some run good, some luck involved. Even when you have the best hand, having the best hand hold is lucky. All right, open and a defend from Alex here. Flops a flush draw. Chris gonna c-bet the ace-8 with a club. Let's see if Alex wants to get busy and aggressive. Nope, not yet.
So just put in the call. You know, I'm guessing he thinks the board's a little dangerous. Does hit Chris's pre-flop opening range a little bit. Obviously, too, doesn't want to give too many chips to Chris if he can avoid it. Chris being the short stack right now, you don't want him to chip up. Alex, after improved to a pair on the turn, improves even more to a flush on the river.
580 in there. Let's see if he's going to donk right out or try to get tricky and check. Looks like a small little 30%. 35.
And we did see Chris check back the turn. Hard to imagine he would do that with a strong hand. Really like Alex's sizing here. Trying to get looked up by maybe a pair of queens.
Yeah, you're looking for something that Chris checked back a value, jacks, 10s, 8s, 9s, something like that. Maybe you can hero up. It's a club. The club is tough.
With how wet that board was, hard to imagine Chris would have checked back a turn with a king.
Yeah.
So I like the bet size by Alex. Best chance of getting looked up light. Wow. We see Chris put in the call with ace high.
Does look him up. Just hoping to see a jack 10 or jack 9 or something, I guess.
Yeah, jack 10 definitely something that missed, and the only way they could win is with a bet. We're gonna see Alex chip up, and now Chris far and away the short stack, all by his lonesome.
Yep. So Chris, yeah, a little separation there is going to leave Chris, like Mike said, as the lone short stack.
And again, there is the 25K bounty still in play.
That's such a the fewer and fewer players we have. It's such a huge. I hope they don't chop. I hope they keep it going.
I mean, at this point, how could they agree with such a short stack left?
I mean,
nobody's going to give him the equity, correct?
Yeah, 4 and 3 handed is it's really something to see, because there's a 25K in there, man. You could just lock up what you're guaranteed right now. You could double it with that 25K.
Yeah. So that 25K being 4th place payout, crazy implication. And good spot there for Chris to just jam it and take it with ace-8 offsuit. Not the most playable hand post-flop. Rather just realize your equity now and take it down.
Yep. Make them have better. It's tough.
Yeah, more about absolute hand strength in that spot.
Looks like, oh, Alex pulled a 5K while we were on break. Okay.
Ooh, a 5K. So good news. We were wrong about it being a 1K. It was, in fact, a 5K.
Raise 125.
So fortunate run out for Alex.
So what do we have left, Ryan?
At this point, I think the 25K is obviously still alive. I think we have one 5K left, and then I believe one 1K left, and a 1-500, I believe.
Okay.
At
Sounds
this
about
point.
right. Because we had it flip-flop from 1K to 5K. So.
Right.
All right. Meanwhile, Chris all in again after Alex opened the button. And like we were talking about, that 25K bounty in play. So should you knock your opponent out here, not only do you get the pay jump, not only do you get the chips, but you have a 1 in 4 chance of pulling a $25,000 prize.
You would love to know he's flipping, but you're too often dominated.
That's what you hear Alex say. Ugh. Bounty makes it really close. It's the only reason we haven't seen him turbo fold. Like in a normal dynamic, you're letting this one go pretty quick.
Yeah, man, it all looks extra sweet when you know you can pull that 25K.
Yep. It's a fun game at this point with the pay jumps and the ICM value of your chip stack versus the value of that mystery bounty.
Yep.
Such a crazy twist.
Yeah, I like the added dimension to it,
I feel
honestly.
like that's what I'm hoping for.
And
but
it's forceful in a lot of fun action in day 2 when the min cash pay jumps don't matter that much. You see some people really just go after those bounties and attack the shorties and call very light. But now it hits that weird dichotomy where they kind of run into each other, the bounties and the ICM. Obviously, it's already very impossible to prove what the correct EV decision is in a solver because it can't calculate 4 ICM values. Adding in that mystery bounty format, now there's just so many variables. Makes for a lot of fun decisions.
Chris going to let go of the pocket 3s on the button.
And he just went all in back-to-back hands. Maybe he's afraid it would get looked up a little light. Doesn't want to flip for his tournament life at this point after just picking up some chips.
I think he could still open, play a pot.
I believe so.
Paul had 2-3 in the big blind.
Would have had him dominated.
makes me feel better. This means that
Guessing it was one of those things where there's always that
we weren't on the last
little bit of mental lapse, like I just got these chips, I don't want to lose them.
Yeah, I get it, like, game flow. He's like, oh, this is, I just did this two in a row. But also,
Just too good of a hand.
but it's like when you do it the third time, people are like, okay, this is probably the best hand of the 3,
Yeah.
because they know people are making those short cutoff folds.
And it is also four-handed, hard to say, okay, I can pass this spot up when
Yeah, you don't get many. Nonetheless, here we are.
yeah, hang with Jack 10 on the button. We're going to see him open it up. The flop came down ace, ace, 10. So hang it with a pair. Alex with a Broadway draw. A little bit of backdoor spades for Alex as well. We do see hang lead with a continuation bet. Alex going to put in the call. Now we get a brick deuce on the turn. Does not change anything. Alex going to check it over to hang again. So he fires a second barrel. We got pot control check back. Here comes 5 of hearts, bricking everything on the river. And Alex just going to fire out this king high. Hang is going to pretty quickly call with his 10, and he is going to take this pot down. So Hang just padding his chip lead even more. Just like that, Hang over 80 big blinds, getting closer and closer to doubling the field again. Always a dream position to be in.
Okay, so we did get the correct update on the bounties left. Officially, 4 bounties left. One of them, of course, the 25K. One 5K. One 2K. And one 1K. So that's what we have left. 33,000 in bounties.
Obviously, everybody vying for that 25K. Right around what our current payout is for 4th place. So should you pull that bounty, it's double your current payout. Big factor. And yet again, we're going to see Chris defend his big blind. We have seen him defend it the vast majority of the night after Alex opened it up. And we get a doozy of a flop.
Big flop here.
8-5 tray with 2 clubs. Alex holding that nut flush draw, plus 2 overs. Chris holding top pair, and only 18 big blinds. Going to be hard to see this go.
He says all in quickly, and we know Alex ain't going to fold.
And here we go, off to the races.
It's on.
You can see the equities there, exactly a 50-50.
That 7 of clubs is not a bad card to have in your hand.
Flipping for his tournament life is Chris.
So far, so good.
Yep.
Needs to avoid an ace-jack or club, and he does.
Huge double.
Look at that
Chris.
celebration. I love it. Yes.
And he essentially flip-flops positions with Alex with that double because he doubled through him.
Okay, all the wives in the chat are happy.
Bring them out. Bring them out.
Where's my Chris fans? Big double up here.
So I'm sure they will make themselves known.
Massive equity pot there. Alex, had he wins that, he gets a really.
Nothing Alex could do but get it in, really.
Oh, yeah, you love it. You're fist pumping. You're hoping he's got something like 7-9 of clubs or something, and you're really in good shape.
Mm-hmm. So huge pot going Chris's way.
There's the Chris fans. Summer.
Say woo!
Wife number 1, or ex-wife, yeah.
Yeah, a couple of Chris fans coming out in chat as they're seeing the hand happen. Fox coming out in chat, rooting on his boy Phil Hellmuth.
Appreciate that little tidbit there.
Just like that, we saw Chris chip up. Let's see if he can put those chips to use right now in the small blind. He's going to bump it up.
Chris going to flop an ace here. Lead right out. Easy fold for hang. Chris going to show the ace. Stream is on a 30-minute delay. We are down to 4 players. 4th place going to be taking home 27,000. And still, 1st place going to take home 74,000. There's still that 25K bounty in play, along with a 5K, a 2K, and a 1K.
Chris looking down at a suited ace. So he is going to put in the call from the button. Ace-7 of hearts. Certainly a playable hand. See him and Alex heads up to a flop again. Just getting it all in a minute ago. They are back at it in this one. And we get another interesting flop as it comes 6-5-4 rainbow. Both players open-ended now.
That is an interesting flop.
We saw Alex decide to check it over to Chris rather than continuation bet. 9 comes down on the turn after Chris checked it back. Complete rainbow board. And now Chris going to take the betting lead. Firing out 200K right at half pot. Alex going nowhere. with his pair and straight draw. Now river 9, pairing the board. See if Chris can empty the clip here.
Tough.
May think his ace high is good. He does check it back with his ace.
Yeah.
Gets the bad news that maybe a bluff would have worked that time.
It's hard.
And Alex gets a little bit of revenge from doubling up Chris a little bit ago, taking some chips back. Some fun battles between these 4 competitors.
Well, the 9 pairs on the river, probably.
Yeah, this has been an exciting final table. Lots of good players, good action, some nice aggressive plays. Glad to see him. Glad it wasn't a snooze fest.
At the same time, not an all-in or fold fest either. Exactly what you want to see if you're watching a tournament final table. A little bit of wiggle room for all different kinds of play. Chip leader Hang, open it up, takes it down. Nobody wants to battle him right now, that is for sure. Everybody looking for some pay jumps. Maybe looking to chip up and get a bounty, or 2, or 3.
Well, we're looking at a 10K pay jump if you can last and get to the top 3 here. So
that's a pretty big jump.
yeah, nothing. I mean, 10K is a lot.
It's a lot of Ks you got there, boss.
Especially if this was a little bigger buy-in, you know, if maybe their average buy-in is 500 or even 1,000, and this is a 1,700. And if your average buy-in's 500 and you get a 10K pay jump, that's 20 buy-ins. You know, that's an entire downswing. You know, like, so, I mean, you want to. It's nice to get those pay jumps that are 20 buy-ins.
All right, Paul. For the blinds to go up, looking down at 20 big blind stack. Jack 9 lets it go. It's over on Chris in the small blind. And he's just going to give Hang the walk. These guys don't want to battle with Hang right now. It's becoming very clear. They're trying to stay out of his way, take chips off of the other players at the table. It's going to be tough to dodge him, though, with how active he's been and being four-handed. Hang it very aware of how to put that chip stack to use, trying to get his first place victory here.
All right, fold it over to Hang, blind versus blind. Is he gonna raise it up here, or just limp?
10 of clubs or something, no one has. One time.
Why couldn't you miss the damn ace?
This hand's pretty trashy. I like to raise it up. He does too.
I have 4 or 5 knockouts now.
Yeah, no. Guys, I can't complain.
190.
Not gonna get this one through. King 8 suited for Paul. Yeah. We're going to see the flop.
Or at least been the one with his stack so that I could.
And it's a big one for Paul.
At least one bounty. That was like
One diamond out there
It
for
really
Hang.
was, like, the worst possible
Paul's going to at least get
hands,
one
stack
street here.
sizes, people at the table,
Exactly.
you know,
Very bad situation.
run out.
Well, pretty much back to where I was, so you know, guess that's
Wow, Paul's just going to ship it in here, hoping Hang has a ace king, ace queen, overpair, some kind of clubs. Wood can just go with it here. Nothing doing, as we know Hang had the 10 high. Gives Paul a little breathing room, up over 20 now. That fell down to 18 or so.
literally has a shrine set up at the house. with incense
Ooh,
burning
Paul
and
getting
everything.
spicy, limping the ace-jack, hoping Alex makes a move. He doesn't.
Yep, snap, check back by Alex.
Both with a little piece here. Flop goes check, check.
Turn does not change too much for either player. Other than adding a second club on board, doesn't bring anything else in.
One big blind bet from Paul is going to get called from Alex.
Board pairs on the end. See if Paul can go for any thin value, but does check it over.
A little worried about those sevens coming along. And just giving missed draws a little rope to bluff because he had a good bluff catcher with his ace-jack.
Yeah, spot where it's going to be hard to get called by worse.
Yeah, he has to have a 4 to really call.
Or a worse jack, I guess.
Yeah, potentially a worse jack. A 4 or a worse jack. I mean, a lot of them 4s don't, and jack don't check the flop, right? So
true.
The amount of them really shrinks when you say, yeah, but of those, they have to have checked the flop too.
So it's not only do they have to have it, they also would have had to play it weird.
Right.
So only the percentage goes further down.
Hang opens the king 8, and Alex going to defend the small blind with 2 sevens. Chris in the big blind, 10-6. We know he likes to defend wide, not this wide though.
I said, don't worry, Johnny, I got it.
There's a little bit to be said about getting out of the way of the chip leader and another guy you're hoping to see lose some chips.
Yeah, you want to invite these collisions, you know, while you can just be on the sideline watching. It's you know, in a cash game, you're never going to make money folding. Where in tournaments, it's you're certainly making money by folding in a lot of scenarios. King, Queen 8, not the flop Alex was looking for here. He's just going to check fold.
And like you said, sometimes folding is the best play. Well, obviously, there's a easy example of it as Alex, far and away the worst hand, lets it go. Not the result Chris was obviously looking for when he got out of there. Maybe hoping those two clash and hang out the best of it. You want to see a player get eliminated, get that nice 10K pay jump. I think Hang would have been all right with that plan too. But as played, he's happy to take down a pot with his King 8. Yet again, we see Hang get a walk. Nobody wants to raise his big blind. He just keeps chipping up slowly and steadily. Always nice when everything goes according to plan. Kind of what you dream of when you make a final table, that you'll get to chip up and then start putting the pressure on everybody and just cruise right along, padding your stack. Kind of how things have been going for Hang as of late. Let's see if they can continue in that fashion or not. Did see Alex open it up with ace-6, and Paul's going to defend the big. 7-6 suited. Nice playable hand. These are the two short stacks, almost identical right now.
Paul whiffing that flop.
Yeah, Alex assembling a continuation bet. And Paul, as you said, whiffing the flop. Gonna quickly lay it down. Not really a board worth trying to bluff at either. We are seeing Alex staying in the mix. We saw him clash with Chris a couple of times. Now with Paul, he does have the benefit of having those two players to his right and his left, as opposed to Hang being two to his right. So in the blind versus blind scenarios, he'll never have to go against the big stack. What is unfortunate, though, is that when it's his big blind, Hang's going to open almost every time. As we see Hang opening the button here.
Yeah, you see Paul just getting out of the way there, 10-jack. He's okay with it. He wants Hang to continue to pressure the other ones. And whenever you continue versus Hang, it's so easy for Hang to just put the pressure on you. So, like I said, stay out of those scenarios. Make some tight folds pre-flop. Ace-9 suited now for Hang. So blinds are up now. It's 40-80. See Hang's opening to 160 of the min raise.
It's on him. I'm going to leave that 80 there because he hasn't paid it right now.
Bounties are still in play. No chop has been made as far as we know. Still 4 bounties in there. 25K still alive, 5K, 2K, and 1K.
Now here we see Alex opening from the button with a premium hand, and Hang looking down at what would be a monster four-handed pocket nines. Obviously, we've seen Hang be hyperactive, pushing around the short stacks. So should he put in a 3-bet, Alex may not believe him.
Probably just a jam, knowing that these bounties are at risk. You just, well, he's going to 3-bet. Guess you want to have the bluffs, but I wouldn't want to let any hand go. If the guy's got something, let's get it all in. I mean, it may happen here, and Ace-Jack's a pretty good hand. Yep.
There is the all-in from Alex.
We're going to see it.
And it looks like Hang asked for a chip count. Going to double-check everything here.
Yeah, you don't love it. That's why I like shoving's easier, but after you put that much money in there, you can never fold this. So he knows that. He's just going to double-check and make sure it's not more than he first calculated.
Yeah, and sure enough, he does put in the call, so it's going to be race here for Alex's tournament life. Hang's nines, Alex's ace-jack. Flipping for a big pot.
Oh.
And it comes jack and 9 on the flop.
Yeah.
So now Hang going to get the check mark, having the best hand. Alex drawing dead as of the turn. And just like that, Alex is going to be eliminated in 4th place. And our chip leader Hang just got even bigger now.
$27,106 for Alex.
Nice big payday for Alex.
Right there. Well played, sir.
Yep, GG indeed. Really appreciate Alex coming out.
3 left. Here we go. Hang with a massive chip lead. 90 big blinds.
All the chips.
Chris in second with just 25. Paul with 19. This is this could be fast and furious here. 3-handed. They're gonna comes around quick and fast.
And well, it was only 2 blinds in separation between Chris and Paul. With that big of a pay jump, as much as 3-handed is going to force the action, you may be tempted to try and pray Hang knocks out the other guy just so you get a jump at this point.
I like giving ourselves a shot to win the tournament, though. You know, it's not over yet. You don't have to play for second.
So I would guarantee that Paul is in line with that thinking exactly. Paul, as we've discussed, tons and tons of deep runs in the events here as well as other places. Just hasn't gotten that first place. Every other place possible, basically, if you look on his history. He's got second, he's got third, he's got fourth. He really wants a first place. Hang, similarly, no championships to his name. And also tons of deep runs, both in local events and events afar. He's going to be looking to close it out for sure, especially with how many chips he has right now. It's hard not to get your hopes up.
Yeah, he can see it. It's right in front of him. All he's got to do is play another good 30 minutes, hour of poker, and
just needs to
it
not
can be his.
overly force it. He can obviously keep the pressure on, keep navigating, as long as he doesn't make any crazy blunders trying to force it to happen a little bit sooner. That championship trophy is almost in sight at this point. And we did see Chris open it up from the small, hang in the big with 5-4. Chris is currently sitting in second in chips, so he may not want to go absolutely bananas, as Paul has a little bit less than him. But at the same time, none of them are deep enough or short enough to just wait.
This pot's gonna be pretty tough for Chris to win, you know.
Yeah, he does check it over, hang with open-ended, and the ability to put all the pressure in the world on. It does lead out. And you can see Chris, I like my hand, but I hate this scenario. And he is going to let it go.
Hang, loving, just loving that.
Hangs, this is great.
Let you know that right now.
5-6 suited. Gonna raise it up. Feels like we should.
Yeah, I think he's just contemplating sizing options, really, right?
All of it.
Max pressure, max pain.
14 bigs for Paul over there. I love it. I'll take a run out. Take a 14 big blind run out with 5-6 suited.
That is the power of the chip stack. Hang. Pretty masterfully navigating that big chip stack. This is how you want things to go. This is how you want to play when you have the chip lead at a final table.
Yeah, I think Hang's done a really great job of, one, building it early and then really utilizing it the way he should to his advantage.
Yeah, so if any of you out there, aspiring tournament players, want to pick up some tips and tricks about closing out an event, definitely worth a rewatch of how Hang has navigated that chip stack. Obviously, it's easy to just say, well, he's got all the chips. Well, you know, how has he used them? How has he kept them? How did he keep building?
Well, let's not put the jinx on him too early here. We're still three-handed, anyone's game.
Well, ignoring the future results so far, how did he get this big of a chip stack at this point?
Agreed. He's done really well to get here. Seeing if he can close it off or one of these others come back and show us how to play a middling stack the whole way.
Yeah,
Paul has played exceptional today. You know, he's sat back and waited. Hasn't been the most active. Hasn't been the tightest either. You know, but just got himself in a good spot to be a contender for the whole thing here, three-handed.
It's been a very solid final table in general. Nearly every elimination we've seen has been a standard get it all in kind of spot. Nobody getting out of line. No major blow-ups, I would say, by any means.
Yeah, nothing comes to mind that seems too egregious.
Yeah, all been pretty good tournament final table play here today. Love to see it. It was a table of 9 players that started today, 8 of which are Florida locals, mostly locals, Florida residents. 1 player being from Charleston, South Carolina. So nice to see this quality of a showing from a field that is mostly people from this area. Just really speaks to the quality of play in Jacksonville in general. Interesting spot as Chris opened the button and Hang looks down at King Queen. Again, Chris is the one sitting second in chips, which opens the door for Hang to put even more pressure on him, given that Paul is, I wouldn't say significantly shorter, but enough that, oh wow. That's going to let Chris get out of there real easily. As we see Paul 4-bet shoving Ace-King after Hang 3-bet, trying just to take it down pre.
Yeah, well, Hang is going to have to. He's going to have to run it here with Paul's stack, and he's not. He knows he's going to be in terrible shape when Paul sticks it in.
So the chip leader Hang did flick in the call immediately, looking for a queen to knock Paul out. Paul looking for that double that you were just talking about, just needing his Ace-King to hold.
You can double up to 30 bigs here.
Flop does come King high. So queen and queen only for Hang, otherwise we're going to see Paul double.
There we go.
And somebody hit the river, but it was the better hand. Paul getting the double up plus a little extra as Chris opened pre-flop.
Yeah, so that's going to put Chris as our short stack now, I believe.
Yeah, Chris was just over 20 bigs.
Yeah, 20, and then Paul was a little over 30.
30. So as much as they are the quote-unquote short stacks, any tournament player will tell you 20 or 30 big blinds is a pile at this point. You have a lot of room, a lot of life. Now Paul with 30 bigs, should he double up again through Hang, he'd suddenly take over that chip lead.
That's how quick it can happen. That's why, I mean, you know, it's never, you can never count it out. It's even heads up. You know, a 10-to-1 chip lead can be erased like that. So those card runouts are tough. When you leave yourself to the mercy of them, no telling what can happen.
And let's see if Hang
raise it up again.
Can just keep it, not let that bother him. Just keep doing what you're doing, you know?
He loses $1 million, but he's picking up, you know, 150K each orbit. Just a raise and take, he's getting 150K. So losing $1 million isn't as bad as it sounds.
I think he gained that $1 million in the last couple of orbits.
Right.
So it's, but here we go again with Paul looking down at a monster after Hang opens. Pocket eights putting in the smooth call. Maybe trying to invite Chris in.
Wow, Chris coming in really wide here.
Yeah, we've seen that a lot today. Chris defending his big blind.
Just tough to come in here multi-way. You can never be too comfortable, even if you flop a queen. What are you going to check raise and get it all in just because you flop, you know, 3 ways, flop the queen, and when you get it in, you're usually going to be beat.
Looks like action checked around on the flop. See a safe 5 on the turn. Doesn't improve anybody. Paul's 8s are still in the lead.
Somebody bet it.
Yeah, Chris leading with his open ender now.
Showing me. What are you talking about? I can take the queen 3 and win.
And that's how you do it. In your face betting.
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know what kind of poker you're playing.
That's what I heard him say to himself right there.
I'm winning pots over here.
So Chris, after seeing some checks on the flop and checks again on the turn, decides, well, here's my opportunity to take this one down. And if I don't and they call, I can always hit my straight on the end. That works too. All right, Paul looking down at an ace from the button. Gonna put in the raise. Not the prettiest ace, but 3-handed. Any ace is gonna look pretty nice. Now Hang out of the big blind. Gonna put in the call. Again, Hang off the big stack. Gets to put some pressure on here post flop. Look at this flop 4 Hang. Queen, queen 7, 3 of a kind for him. Gets to check it over to Paul. Paul puts out a nice small C-bet, 100K. Hang just gonna call. No reason to raise here. 5 of clubs on the turn. Hang is holding that queen of clubs.
Interesting turn bet here from Paul. I don't.
It goes bigger now.
I don't know if he thinks he's bluffing or he's just trying to fold out. you know, Jack 10, Jack 8 like equities or something. I don't know. Because really, nothing that you're beating should fold. Maybe if someone has a better ace, but you block that.
Yeah, sizing way up there.
7-8 folding. Now alarm bells going off for Paul. Not good, not good.
Man, Hang praying Paul fires this river.
He's hoping he had like ace X of clubs and now he can chop.
Yeah, ace high might let Paul check it back. 2 pair on board.
Yeah. Good river for Paul.
Yeah. But Hang again. It's like we were talking about. Chipping up. Just got right back to it, and sure enough, he got the majority of chips. He just lost to Paul not too long ago, giving him a double up. Got a good chunk of them back right there. And that's, as you can see with the chip stacks, Hang 87 big blinds to Chris's 27 and Paul's 19. Far and away dominating this final table as it sits right now. Obviously, one all-in away from changing, but as things stand, you gotta love the spot he's in. Having almost 70% of the chips at this final table. What dreams are made of for Hang? Obviously, nightmares are full of not closing it out, though. And we did see Chris open from the button with King 10. Made it 200K to go. And Paul's going to defend his big, so we're going to see the 2 shorter stacks here exchange some pleasantries, if you will. That ace high flop. Paul checks it over to Chris, who fires out a C-bet. Paul with not a lot going on with that board. Has to let it go, even if he doesn't believe him. And Chris now near double the chip stack of Paul. Starting to separate himself yet again. That's an excellent spot for Chris to just keep moving up the leaderboard. Get to heads up. Anything can happen heads up. And Guy over in the chat asking, what was the bounty on the last knockout? Well, as you see here, we're about to find out.
Here's the pool.
Haven't needed to take a break. As there's been
no feel around. Just grab the first one his hand touched. I don't know about that. What do you think about that strategy?
It's like, you know, random number generators. Just get in there.
Ryan, you feeling around for some magic, or are you just grabbing first one?
I mean, I'm always going for the magic, you know. I mean,
just see if there's something in there that's a little off, you know.
Looking for the
that one's got some fur on it, or I don't know. I'll grab it.
You sound like the believers in that old NBA rigged the lottery theory from the 80s, right? Was it early 90s? That they made one of the card with the #1 pick extra cold. They put it in a refrigerator and then put it in there, so that's why they felt around looking for it.
Makes sense.
Sometimes life's random, I guess. But again, Hang didn't pull the big one. So still, 25K.
Which one was that? 5K? Or did we see?
I believe it was the 1K, correct?
That was 1K there.
1K,
Yeah,
okay.
so 25K, 5K, and then, you know, womp womp 500.
No, 25K, 5K, 2K.
Oh, 25K, 2K.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. So
So
somehow
that was the worst one. He pulled the worst one.
He pulled the worst bounty. And well, Chris gets a raise and take. Some blind versus blind against Hang. Devin saying it was the Patrick Ewing frozen envelope. It was, It was rigged for the Knicks so that New York could have a relevant basketball team. That's what it was.
Yeah, and then Jordan.
Yeah, you're right.
Jordan still made it. Never let them win. They're still trying to win.
They need more envelope help.
Cold envelope. I'm going to have to let Jesse know about that. That 50K, just throw it in the freezer back there. I didn't even get a pull, so it wouldn't have mattered had I known which one it was. King 8 suited. Chris going to raise it up on the button. 2 6s for Paul, 13 bigs. That's probably going to be all. Yeah. Three-handed King 8 suited. Let's see what decision Chris makes here. Knowing that 25K bounty is 33% to be his. if he wins this pot.
It's a pretty sizable groan there.
Yeah, he's letting you know exactly how he feels about it.
Especially given how big stack Hang is. This, you know, barring a comeback heads up, this might be your best chance at getting that bounty pool too.
Good point.
Because you have more chips than him.
And giving yourself a chance, if you do win, like have a sizable chip stack, not letting Hang get those chips and then have you really dominated when you do get heads up.
Yeah, so hard to weigh the positive and negative outcomes. Obviously, if you lose that pot, you become the short stack, and
yeah, then now they're after your bounty.
That pay jump between second and third is 13,000.
Yeah.
You may not want to give that up trying to win the 25K bounty. So a lot of factors. I honestly don't know what the right answer is. I think both are right.
10K equity and pulling that bounty is pretty strong.
True.
If it's a borderline, you probably go with all your borderlines.
Yeah, we saw a lot of that on day 2 coverage. People, anytime it was at all close, okay, call.
Yeah.
Okay, call. As you have to.
Oh, here we go. We're going to see this one. Hang's not going to be able to fold.
Yeah, Hang with a bigger ace. A chance to knock out Paul. Chris over there probably rooting for Paul to knock out. Obviously you want that pay jump. Just happy to get it to heads up. Hang obviously looking for a knockout. Another mystery bounty pool and pad his chip stack heading into heads up. Paul.
Big slot, three-handed. This is just pretty strong. All you did was open. Paul's
Especially because you've opened, 80%.
Yeah, exactly.
The last couple of last hour or two.
Ship so wide.
Sure enough, we see Hang call. So Paul looking for a deuce, maybe some chop outs. No deuce.
Oh, Niner's going to do it.
That is it. When the 9 comes on the turn, Hang eliminating Paul in third place. Paul going to take home a little over 36,000 for that third place finish, in addition to all the bounties we saw him pull along the way.
Yeah, very well done, Paul. Paul played great, I think. Sometimes you play great and get third. It happens.
Yeah. GG's going Paul's way.
Wow, look at all those big blinds. He's got over 100 big blinds. Heads up. Wow. Chris going to be
about a 4-1.
26.
About a 4-1 chip lead.
Looks like we're gonna take the draw. We're going to draw for the bounty here, and then we're going to take a 10-minute break to get heads up ready, and then after that, it's going to be Hang versus Chris, heads up for 74,000 and the bounties. Let's see if we can keep that 25K in play, or if Hang's going to scoop it right now.
What a huge opportunity for Hang to get a massive payday. He's got all the eliminations that we're about to see get pulled. He has the chip lead, which would be for all the bounties that remain, plus first place itself.
Yeah, pulling that 25K would be insane right now.
I mean, right now, if you pull that 25K and take down first, with the other bounties, even the little ones, you're over 100K in the prize pool.
Chris might be kicking himself for letting go of that King 8 of diamonds.
Hunter asking how much has Hang pulled in bounties. So far, we saw him pull a 10K yesterday. Aside from that, it's been mostly 500s and 1Ks.
Oh, you got it.
He got it.
There it is.
25K.
Yep, sure enough, Hang, the man with the most knockouts at this final table, pulls the big 25K bounty.
Wow, look at that.
And in addition to that, he's going to look for the story book ending.
Yep, there you go.
Closing it out heads up.
25K bounty gone.
So they're going to rearrange the chips, get situated. We will be back in just a few minutes to watch the heads up finale of the main event.
I'll connect with you after reconnecting with me.
Are we the first candy to make something thin? Nah. Are we the best at it? Yep.
You ready for an adventure?
Say yes, chef.
Yes, chef.
As you can see, we're on fire.
This is what revolution looks like.
Oh my God!
Is a nice big line, so this is correct. So, okay, so
All right, we are back. Heads up for the championship. Card Player Tour main event, 1,700 buy-in, mystery bounty format. Capping off a great 2-week tour. And there you see it, first place 74,000, second place right around 50. So big heads up payday. And look at the chip stack. Hang all the chips, 8.6 million to Chris's 2. So about a 4-to-1 chip lead.
26 big blinds, still Still plenty to do some damage here. He's certainly not in panic mode. He can play his game.
Yeah, over 20 big blinds. You don't normally consider that short in a tournament, but he's got some work to do. Hopefully he can make that uphill climb and chip away at Hang.
He just dusted off 2 of them. These
Yeah.
2 are gone.
Hang presumably going to put in a 3-bet here with Ace-Jack suited. And we see the Chris fans coming back out in chat.
There we go. Summer wife.
Obviously, they've been part of the YouTube chat the last few days. We had a featured table yesterday that he landed on. He is a local fan favorite from the sound of things.
There's our 3-bet and fold.
Yep. So anybody unaware, Hang, a local tournament and cash game crusher. Plays some of the big games. We've seen him make a bunch of final tables in the past. He has no first place victories to his name yet. Definitely looking like he's going to try and change that today as he's going for that championship. Chris, a little bit more of a Cinderella story for him. It's definitely up the David and Goliath range, as Chris generally plays some of the smaller events in the local area. Took a shot at a satellite to satellite into this event. And then, you blink, 2 days go by, and you find yourself heads up.
That's right. Saw him
for it all.
When we were walking in on day 2, he told me he sat it in, so this is a free roll. He bagged a nice bag, too. Was able to spin that all the way to a day 3 final table, and now his head's up. Just living out the dream, really.
You wouldn't believe that from seeing his disposition. Usually, if it's somebody's first big final table in that scenario, they come in a little bit nervous, maybe get knocked off their game, but he's been cool, calm, and collected the entire way.
He hasn't looked nervous at all. He's looked comfortable, and it looked like he's ready to play pots, not shying away from the moment at all. It's
as we see him
cool
here,
to see.
Yeah, as we see him here, betting with king high. A lot of players be afraid to go after the big stack in these spots. And Chris not being deterred, staying on his game, keeping his head clear. Fires out a bet. Hang holding a 6. See if he decides to bluff catch or if he's going to believe the bet. He does put in the call. So Hang taking a pile of chips there. Chris getting even shorter now, down to 15 bigs. Gonna be tough to make a comeback. Obviously, one double up, sitting 30 big blinds deep. Now all of a sudden it's a game again.
Yeah, quickly here at the start of heads up, going all Hang's way.
Much of the final table has. We've seen him navigate off of a big chip stack once he accumulated it, putting on essentially a clinic of how you should play big stack poker at a final table once they got to like 6-7 players left. Now Chris waking up with a monster with his chip stack. Ace Queen suited is huge heads up.
Just a reminder, these guys are playing for 75,000 up top, 50,000 per second. Hang has already pulled the $25,000 bounty.
He pulled a 10K bounty yesterday when we saw him on the featured table as well. Having a heck of a series, heck of an event for Hang. And he looks down at an ace after Chris open shoved. Heads up. Ace tray is pretty big. May have to put in the call here given that Chris was operating off of about a 15 big blind stack.
I don't know, open jam off 15. That's pretty strong. I think we can let go of the ace 3.
And Hang's sitting there, seeing the trophy right next to him. Maybe gets a little anxious to try and take it down right now. Does put in the call, and this could
be it, folks.
If
Hang can hit a 3.
Chris trying to fade that 3 to start his comeback story.
9-7-5, nothing going.
7 had some chop outs.
Opportunities.
But Queen on the river.
Big double up for Chris.
You heard him celebrate quickly there.
Slight, maybe a slight misstep here from Hang, one of the first we've seen at this final table.
And we're going to see Chris get the full double up, and just like that, back to the 30 big blinds.
Thank you.
That's a heck of a stack all of a sudden for Chris.
Yeah,
definitely able to come back now.
We got a ball game here, folks.
And yes, as there some of the chat's pointing out, in addition to that first and second place payout, the winner would receive the 2 bounties that remain, which totals 7,000. We saw Hang pull the 25K right before going to the heads-up break. So essentially you can add 7,000 to first place should they not chop in any form, including those. So it's roughly, you know, if you add those in, about 80K for first, 50K for second. A 30K pay jump in this heads-up match. Very important to close out a tournament when it's that much money at stake. That's why you see a lot of the professional players study heads-up a lot. You want to close it out when so much money is on the line. Here we did see a raise and take from Hang. Chris settling in with that chip stack, seeing if he can put it to use again. If he gets one more double up, I'm pretty sure they'll be just about even now. That's a quick comeback should it happen. Yeah, Earl asking what's inside that trophy. Those are the 2 envelopes that remain in the mystery bounties. Let's see, we've been using blue envelopes through the weekend. Anybody that tuned in yesterday got to see plenty of them get pulled. We saw a few get pulled today. So you get to win the 2 remaining bounties should you win the event. In addition to that pretty cool cup trophy. Now we saw Chris open. Jack 10 suited. Hang's going to defend with 7-5. And they each flop a pair. Jack 5-4. Top pair for Chris. Middle pair for Hang. Don't see either player going away on this flop. Even after Chris bets. Can't imagine Hang's going to fold. Hard to flop a pair heads up.
Yeah, I got the pair, got the backdoor straight draw. I got to come along.
Speaking of that backdoor straight draw, 8 on the turn. Gives him a gut shot to the straight. So now even if you are behind, you got some outs.
Yeah, depending on size here. If he goes half pot or more, we can let it go. Oh yeah, we can easily.
Well,
wow, Chris just jams it.
Instead of half pot, he went double pot.
I actually love this if I'm Hang. I mean, obviously he's going to fold, but now we know Chris is going to make. He's going to make some of these plays. So all we have to do is call with good hands a couple times and just wait for it.
Be patient.
He's going to potentially overvalue a top pair type hand because like right now Hang can just have 6-7. It's over. Yeah. Like he has 5-7. It could easily just be 6-7. So if you can if something like this is liable to happen, you can kind of avoid big giant all-ins pre-flop and just play post-flop with them and kind of just wait them out. Wait for it.
Yeah, keep it small till you get to take advantage of his mistake. I like that. Did see Hang fold as pretty obvious to everybody at home and here in the booth. That middle pair. There was another pot going Chris's way though, as he keeps trying to build that momentum.
Chris on a heater, that's for sure. Went down right away and then boom, instantly flipped it. That's how heads up can go. It's swingy.
Yeah, as much as tournaments in general are swingy, when you're heads up, obviously you're directly taking up your opponent's chips. It's not just about you versus the field at that point. Everything that is good for you is equally bad for them. So
yeah, it's like double.
So yeah, when it shifts for you, it negatively shifts for them at the same rate. Let you catch up fast. And Hang is going to open the button here with 8-4. Chris defended with the queen tray suited. We see a tray on the flop. Bottom pair for Chris. Jack 9 on board as well. Some backdoor hearts for Chris. Actually went check, and now Trey on the turn. Chris with 3 of a kind. Cannot lose this pot unless he gets bluffed off it somehow, some way. Don't think that's ever going to happen.
Highly unlikely.
But Hang.
These chips are gone.
Knowing his 8 high is no good. As Eddie says, lighting some chips on fire. Betting out, trying to take this one down.
Goes to Hollywood. Let's see. We're gonna smooth call or raisey daisy.
Does just smooth call. River, ace of diamonds. Front door, front door flush completes.
Hang might go for the big bluff here. 930 in the middle. Hang with 8 high.
Could rep an ace, as played,
Yeah,
right?
It's not a good river for a hand like a 9 or a jack, right? You have a diamond, you block some of the diamond draws. Yeah, he's going to go for it. Oh, small sizing.
Making it look like a value bet. I'm trying to get, you know, maybe Chris to fold a straight draw that missed.
Yeah, it just doesn't want to check back the 8-4.
Something that would beat your 8 high, but isn't great.
King queens, queen tens, queen eights that can fold.
And now Chris just debating on whether he should raise or not. Puts in the call.
No flush.
And just like that, it's getting closer quickly.
This has got to be
87 to 46 big blinds. So that gap just shrinking with every pot that Chris takes. Again, Hang, no major victories to his name. A lot of deep runs. See if he can shake the frustration. It's obviously going to start setting in when you come in with that big of a chip lead. You're hoping to end it quick.
Oof.
Oh my. Chris with the aces. Obviously going to open it up. Dang.
There's a king deuce.
The hand we've seen him play time and time again on this stream the last 2 days. King deuce. Puts in the call. Ace high flop. Chris hammerlock with this hand now. How is he going to extract value having all of it? He's going to slow play. Checking it back. Trying to get Hang to start bluffing. And Hang not taking the bait on this turn. Checks it over again. See Chris fire out 200K. Same as the pre-flop raise size. Obviously praying for a call here. Holding the nuts with top set. Can't get anything out of Hang. He says, damn, and shows him the aces. Hang probably smiling a little bit that he chose not to bluff, especially after the flop check through. Maybe he could have fired at the turn there. Did not do it.
Will we need these grays for anything else anymore?
But again, that's just another pot going Chris's way. Puts him close to 50 big blinds to Hang's 80 big blinds now. When you say it like that, it doesn't sound like that big of a lead anymore. Might see the comeback for Chris happen. Hang obviously rooting against it. Gonna open it up with pocket sevens. Blinds did just go up to 100K big. Thus the increase in the pre-flop size. I'm just gonna get a walk.
100K big, so we have, what, 50 bigs in play? Is that right?
100 bigs in play.
Oh, yeah, 100 bigs in play, yeah.
So it's probably about
60-40?
Yeah, 60-40 range. Somewhere in there where it's pretty close. For Chris, that's always you just want to keep that positive momentum going, you know?
Yeah, he's got 37.
When you're on a roll and you feel like nothing's going to stop you, you can just keep it going. Hang maybe slightly deflated.
Like this right here. Like, this is an open jam for 37 big blinds.
And Hang was able to just lay down pocket sevens and lose no chips.
Is that what he had? I didn't even see that.
Yeah, pocket sevens for Hang there.
That hurts.
Pretty much a snap fold.
That hurts for Chris. Yeah, you can easily, like, he already knows he made that bad call with the ace-3. Chris is going to show up with good hands when he does that, you know. But
yeah, so that's a spot where Hang could have lost a lot more chips should things have gone differently. Even though the wind may have come out of his sails a little bit, he's still making the right plays.
After the hand, Chris told him, too. Hard to play those pocket pairs. Interesting.
Which, to Chris's benefit, I know I've heard different strategies of if you're not well versed in heads-up play, taking the higher variance approach in those ways might help you out more than your opponent.
Oh yeah, not a terrible strategy, but don't tell him.
Right.
Don't tell him your strategy ever. Steve Hodge says no way he folds 7-7. Got to be a mistake. No, I mean 37 big blind open shove. I know it's heads up, but they don't have bluffs, and so when they don't have bluffs, pocket sevens is not in good shape.
Especially as these players went to break right before heads up, I would imagine Hang has looked up Chris's name on Hendon Mob and checked out maybe his tournament background and results and saw that he may not be as well versed in big events at final tables the way Hang is. So you may not want to flip for your tournament life there when you think you have so many edges post-flop, pre-flop, turns, rivers, of course. If you think you have a lot more experience and a lot more ways that you can beat your opponent, then you just want to keep having the pot stay small, take advantage of that edge over and over and over again. So, you know, it's like a accumulating interest in a way. Just let it all add up over time. And then hopefully slide that trophy your way. Chris obviously hoping to close this one out. Not going to go down without a fight for sure. Anything can happen heads up. Here we see Chris just limp in rather than open. Hang is going to check his option. It's 10-7 versus 8 tray. And we get a spicy flop of 8-6-5. All spades. Hang with top pair, Chris with open-ended.
A little spice there.
Yeah, Chris gonna bet. Hang's gonna quickly call. But now we see that 9 come on the turn. Chris with a nut straight. Hang still with a pair of 8s.
Yeah, just a terrible card for Hang. Nothing we can do. I don't want a hero call here with 8-3 with no spade. Guy says he just agreed to do the dishes so he could continue watching at the dinner table. Mama Steph is tough. Mama Steph, thank you, ma'am, for your leniency. We appreciate it. I'm sure Guy doesn't deserve it, too.
Oh, wow.
I don't know, Guy. I'm assuming.
2 pair on the river for Hang. Might get hard to get away from this now. See what size Chris uses. I still think that's a pretty good deal for Guy.
Oh, yeah, listen. Yeah. Any deal she allows you to make is going to be a good deal. Just yes, ma'am, and no, ma'am. That's all you got to say. Mama Steph is tough.
Just going to do those dishes real slow. Watch a heads-up match. Did see Chris lead near half pot. Hang putting in the call. Frustration might be getting the best of him right now. Usually he's very calm and collected.
Yeah, I think it's just hard to bluff. Hard to bluff that river after you got called on the turn. Like,
especially all 3 streets. Like we saw Chris lead all 3.
And that's such a small. It wasn't even like a please fold size. It was a please call size.
Yeah.
Where's that put us now? We're tight.
Yeah, Chris getting pretty comfy. Hang looking a little bit uncomfortable. Maybe not going as smoothly or easily as he wished.
55 bigs.
Last couple of hours were going smooth for him.
Hang's lost about $3 million this heads-up match so far.
We have similar stuff. You open to chopping down the middle plan for the title?
And yeah, it sounds, now that they are even in stacks, they're discussing a chop a little bit. Something that was not on the table prior, given Hang's massive chip lead.
And then you want to left a little bit, play for the title, whatever you want.
Yeah. Whatever you want to do.
Johnny.
Chris is okay with any chop.
What's ICM stand for?
Hank could actually
Just heard.
offer something up
Whatever percentage of
advantageous to him, and Chris may take it.
You want to left a little bit?
Like you said, Chris agreeing to any chop. He just agreed to it and then asked, "What does ICM stand for?"
Well, he didn't even. He was like, "Yeah, let's do it," but like
Yeah,
not
just run the numbers.
not to a number. Just like, yeah, whatever it is.
Yeah,
Tell
anytime
me something.
anytime the players ask for it, the numbers have to be ran.
Yeah.
Yeah, so basically you have 25% of the total chips. Whatever's left in the price will you get 25% of it.
Interesting to see if there's any further discussion here as they wait for the numbers to come in.
123K to play for total. Hang has a slight chip lead, I believe.
Yeah, not counting the bounties. So the ICM chop would be for the prize pool. Bounties would remain separate. They could agree to something with those, maybe each taking an envelope or just splitting it straight up, especially how close they are in chip stack. Seen it done different ways. You can see in order to run the ICM calculation, they got to get a rundown of each player's chip stack so that we can get accurate numbers of what the payout would be. Looks like they're getting close to figuring that out.
60,773, 62,576.
Is that without the bounty?
Out the bounty.
Why don't we do that and then play for the bounties as the title? Leave the bounties off.
The deal that Johnny just offered would be Chris getting 60,000, Hang getting about 63,000, and then they play for the 7,000 in bounties.
Yeah, we were going to leave the bounty amount.
But Hang has not.
We can chop the bounties and leave the same amount that's in the bounties out as the chop. Or
Hang hasn't said anything yet. He's considering his options.
How do you feel about that?
He's waiting. So Hang definitely going to think about his options here.
Hang's in the tank here. I'm going to call clock in a minute.
Things don't go your way. Maybe you're feeling a little tilted, like I would rather chop and get it over with. Then if he thinks back to, I feel as though I have an advantage. Why would I not want to play it out?
Yeah, well, you know, if you chop it and you play for the 7,000, it's not going to be the same as playing it out. It's going to be, you know, people are going to be much more reckless.
Yeah.
If you keep playing it out with no chop, it's going to be.
Look like Hang's going over to discuss it with his rail.
Yeah.
Checking in with them first rather than responding to Chris.
I think his rail is going to tell him to keep playing.
Why don't we both take 60, leave all the, that way it's even, right? And then leave all the rest for the winner.
Well, he's not going to do that. You just offered him 63. He's not. You can't negotiate down.
Hang thinking.
You just offered him 63. You can't say, well, how about 60 instead?
Oh, there it was. Hang says, let's just play it out.
Oh, as soon as the big boss man Jesse calls clock, you know what that means. Deal the cards.
Yeah, Hang didn't say a word there for a solid 2-3 minutes.
Yeah, it didn't say. Walk over to his rail, comes back, says no.
I'm sure he went over to his railing and they said, look, just calm down.
Yeah.
You can win this.
Yeah. Play your game.
Hang definitely, from what I've seen in terms of his cash game and tournament finishes, also not in the position to have to worry about the little bit of pay jump difference between the ICM and the save. He's just going to go for the win outright. And maybe with how much Chris was looking forward to a chop in that discussion, Hang picked up how important that is to him.
Well, listen, unfortunately, absolutely, that was too much information given, which I've been saying that kind of all day with Chris. Don't let on, you know, like don't let them know you're jamming 37 bigs with a medium pocket pair. Don't let them know you're anxious to make any deal, right?
No.
Like even if you are, bluff, keep the bluff up. Be like, I don't know, I like my edge, you know, something.
You know, I heard a good quote about everything you do conveys information.
Everything at the poker table conveys information.
I feel like that's what you're talking about right now.
Nice. Masterclass.
But yeah, Heng was very stoic. Maybe picked up on a little bit of that.
650.
Oof. I like this
Yeah,
hand choice from Hang. King 3 off is a it's going to be one of our good bluff hands here. 3-bet bluffs. Unfortunately, Chris has an easy calling hand. Let's see if Hang can navigate these waters.
Yeah, bad flop for Chris. He's going to have to hold on with the ace high.
Mary Darnell says you don't get too many opportunities, no matter the tournament, to get true heads-up play, and you need that too. I agree, Mary. Yep. You don't want to be chopping all the time, and then once you play a big one and the guy says no chop, you have no idea how to play short-handed.
True. I would imagine that might play into it a little bit for Hang. As we've seen him play some bigger and bigger tournaments. Maybe he's got his sights set on the future, playing some bigger events than even this one. You know, WPT 5K right around the corner.
We saw Hang got, top 200 in the 10K World Series main event. So
yeah, he was 191st.
He plays bigger tournaments, and you need that. Why not get some experience here? Good opportunity, really.
I mean, he's got 37K in bounties. It's not exactly a bad not a bad event for him, regardless.
Pulling that 25K, he can easy breezy.
But he definitely wants to win and close it out for sure. And putting that trophy on your mantle means a little bit more when you won it outright rather than agreeing to an ICM chop where you were slightly ahead.
I've done both, and no, it doesn't.
No. I've done neither, so I can only speculate.
I have no idea which ones were from a chop and which ones from a win.
Maybe one day.
But they're on the mantle.
I'll feel one of those.
Actually, with your analysis, I think you will, Mike. Keep it up. The problem is, one of the softest fields in the anywhere is that your building, and you can't play there.
Dang it! For now, it's just a matter of time till they chase me out the door and I come back in and play. Right?
They either got to move you somewhere else. They're not chasing you out.
Speaking of chasing out, Hang with the flush here.
300 and the 500. I like it. Let's go bigger here and charge these exact type hands, especially if he's got a king with a club. We could even go bigger.
River bricks for Chris. Sitting there with queen high.
Wouldn't hate a check. Obviously, we know by looking at Chris's cards he'd have to do it, but even if he had a king right here, he'd probably get a bet in too. So really everything has to bet. Missed flush draws, missed straight draws, unless he hit like an 8.
And Hang does bet for value instead. Like you said, check would have been an interesting.
Yeah, it's tough because you want to get value. You don't want him to check back something. But I don't think he's going to check back a king.
No, he has played a little bit on the more passive side, so maybe he would check back some hands.
Somehow he had like 10s or, 10s through queens. He might check that back. But and like I said, maybe a river at 8. But everything else is probably going to take a little stab.
Chris hasn't let it go yet.
Yeah,
there it is, though.
I think like he was thinking about doing something crazy.
He was counting out raising chips, it looked like.
Yeah.
Stacked up.
He's going to use that queen of clubs.
A lot of chips, but fortunately for him, he does let it go. But Hang, building a little bit of momentum back again.
I believe there were 357 entries, somewhere around that, in this tournament. Down to the final 2. 74,000 to the winner.
Yep, started today with 9. Started yesterday with 47. We're almost to the conclusion. Both players with real hands here. King 9 for Hang, 7s for Chris.
Wonder if Chris just jams this.
He did.
Yeah, he did. I mean, Hang has got to love it. I would snap fold. I wouldn't give Chris any pause to not keep doing this. As soon as he says all in, just fold and be like, yeah, I'll do it every time if you keep it up. do it every time I raise, please. Right? Because you're just going to have it one time. I wouldn't even tank and be like, let him get scared that, oh crap, he might call me one time. I better be careful and not do this anymore. I don't want to give away that. I want him to feel comfortable doing it. Knows he wasn't going to call with king 9. It's just
posturing for a minute.
Right.
Maybe Hang wants to slow him down, but does that fall into his play style better?
I mean, subconsciously, right? Like, that's exactly what you're doing. You're trying to be like, I don't want you to do this, but really, if you think about it, you do. Like, that's yeah, I do. I would love to play heads up. There's 880 big blinds in play, and you just jam pre-flop all the time. Like, please do it. I don't mind folding 5, 6, 10, 20, 15 times, whatever. Like, the one time I have it and make the call, you're just in such bad shape, and I get all those chips back. It's a dangerous game. He's playing like Russian roulette, you know. And he's told me that he's doing it with medium pocket pairs. So I can widen my calls. You know, ace jacks and king queens and stuff. And not even think about when I have hands like 8s and 9s.
200.
And Hang opened it up with Jack 5 this time around. Chris defends with the king 4. Chris is going to check it over to Hang on the flop. Each player with a pair right now. Chris is a little bit better. Holding a pair of kings versus Hang's 5s. Ace on board though, so neither player loving it yet.
Check.
It's a queen turn. Does give Hang some straight outs. Looking to make Broadway on this river. Does check it back. The tray changes nothing, and Chris is going to lead. Betting for value here with his king. Went very small. And Hang, not going to look him up late, does lay it down. So the players are a little quiet, settling in at this point. After all the chop discussion ended.
Yep.
No chop, no deal. Hang said, let's just play. After some thought discussion first. We'll get to see if that decision was a good one or not. See Chris limp in from the button. Haven't seen too many limps in this matchup so far.
Oh, make them pay. Queen 10 suited.
Eddie downvotes that check back by Hang. We're off to a king high flop.
Yeah, you let him hit a 6 on you.
Yeah, Chris with the best hand. I'm going to peel. He's got some backdoors.
Yep.
All the backdoors, straights.
There's one.
There's one, yep. Now open-ended.
Let's start trying to take this bad boy away. Jack's bad for all 8s, all 6s. Oh yeah, big bet on the river.
Yeah, after action went check, check.
Bet it big.
Let's see if Hang is thinking the same way Eddie is.
Pot or even more. You got the 10 too. You could easily have 9, 10. You can easily have a king.
500.
And there it is. Hang does bet pot. You know, earlier, Hang was navigating every which way that Eddie was saying that he thought he should. We say Hang get off his game for a little bit. And now that he's sinking right back up with what Eddie is saying, and I guess that he's
back.
Slowly zoning back in. He had a moment. He regrouped. We did see him in that chop discussion go talk to his rail. Maybe got a little boost of confidence. And we see him kind of back on his game a little bit. Starting to pick back up where he left off earlier.
Yeah, those always feel good to get those through.
And expands his chip lead a little bit, around 65 big blinds to 40. Starting to recreate that separation that...
Yep, exactly. It was getting a little close. He just kicked it back a little bit.
Just want you to know, this entire time, the even chop,
What do you say?
Said chop deal is still always on the table.
Wow, the entire time the chop is on the table. Just giving out more information.
Yeah, after losing a couple pots, maybe not the best podium to negotiate from. Not operating from a position of power by any means.
No, kind of feels the opposite. You take second in the bounties, I'll take first. You never know what people will say yes to.
Almost 10 years. I haven't really get a title yet, too.
Yeah, I mean,
so we're kind of in the same
I mean,
spot.
the title's always open, you know. Like, let's chop the money, take that pressure off, and then play for the title. That's all I'm saying.
Did hear Hang say there, I've never taken the title.
Yeah, he wants that. He wants that win, just like you were
No
talking
joke,
about.
I want to win. Nice to see him say it in a more positive way. Like,
yeah,
sorry, man. I really want to win. Where before it seemed like he was almost frustrated, almost fixated on the negative. Like, I'm never gonna win one. I'm never gonna win one. It's fun how fast that mindset can flip in this game.
Get a pot-sized river bluff through. It works every time. It's a great like mood booster.
Yeah, if you're ever feeling negative out there, come on down to Best Bet. Fire a pot-sized river buff.
Get it through and just see what it does to you. I like this. I'd be opening a little larger. Hang's been sticking with the 2x, but here with the chip lead, I'd go 2.5, sometimes 3. I'd mix it up a little bit on him.
Well, Hang flopping it all.
Oh yeah,
Chris is leading.
This is exactly what Hang wants.
We've seen Chris overplay a few hands prior in this matchup. If you're Hang, you have to hope that's what's about to happen again. It really feels like a good spot to just smooth call. Correct me if I'm wrong.
The only issue is we've seen him do this twice with top pair. So if he has top pair, we don't want an overcard to come to scare him. If we think he has a 10, we could just make it like 600, and then we could bet like 450 on the turn, and then we can get them all in for half river pot.
And he said exactly what you went with. I was telling you, he's zoned back in, went 650. Exactly the size that you recommended.
Unfortunately, he doesn't have that top pair like he had both those other 2 times, so he's going to be able to get away from it. But
now beginning to wonder if Chris is using those leads as more of a probe when he has like top pair weak kicker that we saw earlier today.
It's exactly what that is, and that's honestly population pool wise, that's what it is.
Yeah.
Like if you that's it's these.
And if you can pick up on that,
it's these decent value hands, but they're unsure of. Yeah, and you can, like that's why raising donk bets is such a valuable tool. Continuing on all scare cards.
If a person's ever betting for information, you can punish them if you pick up on that. Both in tournaments and cash.
Look at him, he wants to know what he had.
I mean, if he's gonna keep giving, he says it. If your opponent's gonna keep giving you information, you might as well ask for it, right?
Yeah.
And Hang, pretty good spot for him to just, almost tell him what he had too, or show it, just because if you're gonna continue to bully him,
yeah,
you get to show down the real one in that scenario.
Yeah, because you're very rarely gonna actually.
So you're gaining
have
info.
the value.
Gain some info, give away the image that you want.
Yeah, I wouldn't hate that.
And it looked like that's what Hang just did there, taking advantage of, maybe that info in the future. Continue on. Once again, do appreciate everybody watching with us. So far, it's been a good and somewhat lengthy heads-up match. Sometimes they end fast, sometimes they go on. And it has certainly been a little bit of back and forth. Fun matchup, to say the least. A little David and Goliath dynamic. Hang, a moderately accomplished player, to say the least. A lot of deep runs in some tournaments before, including bigger buy-ins. Looking to capture a title. Chris, more local player, taking a nice shot, satellited into this event. And just trying to close out that Cinderella story for himself.
Trying to finish the dream off. He's here at the very end.
Instead of a glass slipper, it's a glass cup he's going for.
Nice. Well played, Mike.
Nailed it.
I've been waiting to use that one all day.
I wish I could think of stuff like that ahead of time, you know? And I could maybe, like,
get some
write,
material.
Yeah, write or do something.
Yeah. It's got so much quieter.
Just in case anybody has missed it before, these two are playing a $1,700 buy-in card player tour main event. Heads up for that trophy in the middle. The two bounties that are inside of it, that's what the blue envelopes are, which we know is a total of $7,000. That would be in addition to the $74K for first place.
Surprised all that noise doesn't make it onto the screen. I guess they mostly hear us though.
No, they hear you guys.
Trying to be number one player out of a field of 357. Never easy by any means. We get a flop. 6-5 deuce.
Yeah, there's going to be some chips exchanging.
Hang with the nuts right now. Chris open-ended.
Wow.
We do see bet call. And oh my God.
Wow.
8 on the turn. Disaster for Hang.
Luckily it's a club, so he's not going to... This won't be...
all of it.
All in worthy, yeah. He could lose 2 healthy streets, especially if Chris is going to fire out.
Yeah, immediately does take the betting lead. Attempted to slow play your straight there since Hang bet flop, but
I don't hate it. This is getting checked back so often.
That's what I was gonna say.
You want to kind of get some value when you have it, and there's some nice bluff candidates. You got something like
that card's gonna save Hang.
King 4 with a club or something. You can win the pot right there sometimes. Yeah, that's
Chris improved to a flush, but pretty disastrous improvement as he went from very premium hand to was now a little bit weaker.
Yeah, Hang may be able to get away without losing a chip here on the river.
Yeah, any offsuit river card Hang was going to snap call a bet. Have to assume.
Jason Martin, thanks for tuning in, bud.
Thank you for calling Eddie the pro. You accidentally pluralized it there. Saying pros.
It's a generalization.
Okay. But much appreciated nonetheless, that is for sure. Appreciate everybody who watches, comments, likes, and subscribes. A lot of fun hanging out with you guys here on a Monday night. Watching somebody get crowned. Yes, Jason says I meant Eddie. Correct. Thank you, Jason.
Just to clarify.
Just to clarify. I know.
Good fold. Hang gets away from it.
I had to double check. I actually had to run through it in my head like 3 times. Like, do I have a straight flush right now?
It's almost a straight flush for Chris.
He had to double check.
He's holding 7-4, 7 of clubs, 4 of spades. Pretty close. Yeah, pretty fortunate river card for Hang, like you said. Could have been much worse for him.
So honest. Do I know what you had? I flopped it.
Yeah.
What'd you flop? Oh, really?
You told him I flopped it.
As much as you know, you don't want to give away too much info. I like seeing that Hang's a little bit sunnier. You know what I mean? Like he's got a little bit of smile, a little bit of hop.
Not all business.
Yeah, he was definitely a little down and out there for a minute. We saw him get very quiet, kind of going inside of his own head a little too much there.
Yeah, he was.
As Chris made that
frustrating
comeback.
start to heads up, but looks like he's been able to right the ship and get it back to about nearly where they started. This is 75K up top here to the winner and 49K to second place. And those 2 envelopes you see in that trophy have a 5K bounty and a 2K bounty, so the winner will get both of those as well.
So nearly.
They're playing, for about 25K between them. 32K with the bounty. So it's a big, heads-up match.
Big heads-up match. They got close earlier to arranging some sort of chop. After a little bit of discussion and some thought, Hang ended up saying, no, let's just play it out.
Too complicated.
That was the exact words he used. Too complicated. Let's just play. Keep it easy. Obviously, he prefers to just win it all outright. We did see him pull about 37K in bounties prior to this.
Yeah, Hang's already pulled 3rd place money and locked up 2nd place, so he's doing really well.
Yeah, if he can close it out here, grand total on the event would be over 100,000. Just a really good number to take home.
Yeah.
When you can say you shipped an event for 100K, that sounds, it's got a nice ring to it.
It does.
A lot better than saying I won 70 or 80 for some reason.
You think the winner's going to be on the cover? Is that what they're going to do?
Guy over in the chat agreeing with you not giving information says, ask me what I had, and I'm going to lie every time and then just go to confession the next day.
Yeah, exactly. Like you can be sure of one thing. Whatever I tell you is not what I had.
Like, I had some hands. I would play a few that way. And Hang gets to open it up with a suited king. Chris defends with the 10-7. Chris does flop open-ended with that 10-7. Queen 9-8. Hang with just king high. Does not elect a c-bet, checks it back. An offsuit 4, completing the rainbow on the turn. Now Chris is gonna start semi-bluffing. Fires out 200K. And that's gonna get it done. He's gonna take that pot down. So right now, Hang a little over 60 big blinds. Chris around 40.
Feels like Chris is just playing like kitchen poker, kitchen table poker. He's just having a good time out there.
I've heard so that's taking it to the streets, right?
Yeah.
Right. I'm gonna take it to the streets.
Just playing the guy heads up.
Like you can study all your stuff. I'm just gonna go over here and play this way.
Yeah. He's got the flop calls with turn donks on complete bricks.
He's
gonna make Hang earn it.
So if he can keep Hang guessing, throw him off just that little bit. Both players sitting here with queen high. Hang, better kicker on his. River king. So both players just sitting here at no pair. Neither one bluffing at it yet. Until Chris on the river says, all right. Did see Chris fire out a river bet. Trying to seal this one away. Hang hasn't folded yet. We saw him put in a crazy jack high call earlier today. Picking off a bluff in a pretty similar spot to this. And I believe that was from Chris as well.
That's right, it was.
So let's see if he can do it again. You can tell he does not believe him. Really thinking it through.
Nice, good call.
And Hang with the call of queen high. Better kicker. He's going to take down this one. And if there was any of that doubt creeping into his head prior, making a call like that has to really pump you up.
Oh yeah, and honestly, it deflates the other person. Now it's like Chris is going to be discouraged. He's like, what? Do I bluff this guy, or he's calling me with queen high?
Yeah. Just the this guy is crazy. How does he know?
It's a good call there by Hang. And now the bluff didn't make a lot of sense. It's basically King X or nothing, and that nothing is a lot of hands.
And obviously, Hang holding the nut queen high beats all of the nothings.
Yeah.
Now Hang gonna limp in here. May have saved some chips by not opening up. Wonder if that's part of the dynamic that he thinks Chris won't punish his limps. Maybe just really taking it small ball.
Well, once you see Chris open jamming, like, you're going to be limping more. Give him the opportunity. You're going to limp. You're going to throw some big ones in there and be able to limp all your trash too instead of having to open it.
Basically what Ekman wanted, or Chargers wanted.
That time Chris did have a premium.
Yeah, we saw him just raise it. He didn't shove that time. A little more. He had like 38 big blinds. So
getting a little bit comfortable as well, realizing, all right, we're gonna have to battle this thing out. This guy's willing to call me with queen high and go with his gut.
Yeah. Yeah, we're in the streets. War's been declared.
Neither player with ammunition to go to war on this hand. Jack high versus 6 high.
Yeah, good time for the big blind to get busy here.
Hang did fire out.
Big blind can still have all ace-x and 10x, whereas you don't expect the pre-flop raiser to have the ace-x or 10x a lot. Sometimes they bet that 10x too much on the flop as well. They're not balanced enough and checking.
Yeah. And Chris checking back that flop really did open the door.
Yeah, Jacob.
Yet again, we're going to see Hang limp the button rather than put in the raise. Chris just going to check it back with Jack 8. Starting to see Hang mix in some limps. Starting to feel out his opponent, it feels like. Don't think the limp from the button is solver approved.
$125.
It's funny because I got the same hand as last time, except for I don't have suited this time. Same exact hand.
And Hang did fire a bet on that flop and gets to take it down.
Like, see, like that Jack 8 with a club on ace 10-10 is a, you know, to remain balanced, you call. Because Jack high is pretty good heads up, and especially with that club and the backdoor straights, we call. So when we fold that, we are severely over folding. So that means we can actually c-bet more.
So I think I'm giving you bigger pots than you're giving me.
If we know that, you know, if we know our opponent's over folding in that manner, we kind of just relentlessly c-bet and let them.
Well, Chris ain't folding this time. Just limping in with kings. And Hang looks down at an ace. We have not seen Chris limp a monster once, as far as I can remember. Been mostly straightforward with his plays.
He's open jammed the pairs. He has raised. We haven't seen him limp. But this actually may get Hang off easy. Now if Chris just goes all in, now he folds and he only loses, you know, 3.5 big blinds. Whereas had he raised and now Hang decides to 3-bet, and then Chris 4-bets, you know, Hang would have lost 8-9 big blinds. Oh, smooth call. Oh, here we go.
So Chris may be a little aware of the dynamics that's been forming. Going for some traps.
Love it.
If you're gonna have that image, at least be aware of it. Let your opponent think they can start pushing you around more. Much, much better than what we saw prior, where he tended to overshove in spots like that.
Yeah.
Finding a way to maybe make more.
Extract a little more, yeah.
Hang did shut it down just checking that flop rather than continue.
400 is kind of... It's low enough to make Hang consider peeling. It's got the 9 and a heart. It's a pretty good card to have. Turn a lot of back doors. We already have 400K invested in this pot. Oh, more than that. What do we 3-bet to?
3-bet to 400.
Okay, yeah, so we do have 400. Yeah. No, never mind. This
Hang's
is
just gonna
too much.
play him straight up, I suppose.
It was 400 into 9, not 12. Yeah. Too big a size to call.
I show pre-flop on that when you call it.
I have ace 9 diamond.
No, Chris is thinking he could have got it all in pre-flop.
The kings?
Really? Yeah, played him fucking good, didn't
Hang
I?
head mini exploded there hearing that Chris smooth called pre-flop with kings.
Yeah, I just told him.
I was hoping, I was worried that
No waiting.
you weren't strong enough to call it, and I didn't want to waste any more potential winning.
If I'm going to play a hand a little extra tricky, I probably wouldn't let my opponent know. You know what I mean? I'd rather save that again for the future.
Yeah.
Since it worked out pretty well.
What if it happens next hand? He's got to. You can't let him know that it's a possible in your range.
No? Chris did wake up with a big hand the next hand. Not quite kings, but ace queen.
Same thing.
Another premium heads up.
King deuce again for.
It's his hand of this
And
tournament.
this time he's going to lay it down.
Chris shows the ace queen. Hang gets the news that folding king deuce was correct.
No, this king's so snaky. Great flush out there on that board, though. I couldn't just not bet. Fold.
And we're going to see Hang get a walk. Quick takedown for him. As this heads up matchup continues on. Pretty interesting back and forth. Two very different play styles, two different player types. A lot of fun to watch.
Yeah, it has been. The whole final table has been. No, you know, there's not really been a lull. Maybe for a few minutes, but then we were hammered with a big three-way all-in.
Yeah, the biggest lull culminated in a three-way all-in.
Yeah.
And here we saw Hang open and Chris defend with 6-4. Hang's going to flop the best of it. Ace, Jack 8. Hang's ace is far and away in the lead. Chris with 6 high. Does turn a gutter ball. And he's going to take the betting lead with it.
I'd like to see a little raise here. When we do check this back, let's not let him off the hook. Like I said, let's put a raise in. There's a lot of spades, a lot of straight draws out there. If they come in, we're just going to check back river mostly. So let's get a little value here. He likes to call.
We do see a spade fall on the river. You're talking about pretty wet board. Puts you in a interesting spot here.
He's going to make some extra chips in doing so. Easy call.
You have snap called there. That's a pretty decent sized pot going Hang's way. Puts him back to a little over 80 bigs to Chris's 25. Chip lead expanding slowly but surely for Hang.
To me, I can't check my phone right now, and y'all are distracting the hell out of me. Make sure that gets on the screen.
There's a message to his family out there. Would y'all stop texting him? He can't check his phone, he said.
Unfortunately for him, we're on a half-hour delay, so for the next 30 minutes, they're just going to keep on doing it.
Well, now it's stopping now for him out there. It's been going for the last. So he doesn't know, but he just stopped it.
Yeah, you're welcome, Chris. We helped. Chris limping again from the button.
Yeah, this is going to get crazy daisy.
Raise 400. Fold.
Yep, Hang raised it big that time. Up to 400K, and we saw Chris snap fold. That's what Hang wants to do at this point. Just take a big blind here, take 2 big blinds there.
Yeah, he's really recovered nicely from that double up that he gave Chris with the ace-3, and he's fought all the way back to having him where he had when we started. I just text Chris 3 more times, yeah. See, that can happen sometimes. You tell him not to do it, you might get more than you were before.
What happens like that for me at home?
Or everyone snap text, apologize, sorry.
Sorry.
I told you not to.
Tell your wife not to text you. She's going to text you.
Oh, yeah, can't do that. That never works.
But better be texting him good luck.
Everyone's got their advice. You're scratching your beard too much. Shuffling your chips with your right hand.
I never get that one. It's weird. Something I have never gotten to experience, playing on a final table and getting text messages about it.
Especially about your beard.
Yeah, especially about my beard, or lack thereof.
Summer said she's done texting him.
So he's got 1 and 1.
Yeah,
that's good. You gotta balance your wife range, you know.
Momentum Trader seems like a more than 1 now, so he may fire off a few at him. Make up for Summer's missing 1. Got a hand for Hang here.
Yeah, Ace Jack. Gotta bump it up.
10-3, no good.
Yeah. Chris in a little bit of a lull, it seems, right now. Not what he wants to have happen. Doesn't want to dwindle down below 20 bigs. Not that he doesn't know how to play it. We've seen him come back from less. Started this table with only about 15. Got a really quick double up. Started coming back from there. Got up to almost even in chip stacks.
260 raised, 260.
Chris opened it up with the ace-5. Hang with his king deuce yet again. Puts in the call.
Follows him.
Chris flopping the toppest of pairs. Ace Jack 7 flop. Turning all of it with 2 pair. Hang still not bluffing. Chris keeps giving him rope. Checking it back on each street. But Hang still doesn't fire on the river. Chris throwing out a little value bet. We have seen Hang look him up with a nice high card before.
Yeah, he's going to do it again. He's not going to get the same result.
This is the time it didn't work. We saw him get away with it, pull it off twice correctly. This time sees the opposite end of the spectrum as Chris has 2 pair. Monster hand.
Chris gets the maximum there. Was gonna lose his customer at any point except for the river.
Yeah, but fortunate for Hang, he decided not to try bluffing at any point. Chris was going nowhere. And the war wages on.
More than 300 people watching, only 55 likes. Don't be a nit. Good advice. Go ahead and hit that like button.
Yeah, that's why I have no friends. Being a nit does not pay.
No nits allowed.
But do appreciate that nonetheless, Aaron. Thanks for trying to rival up all the troops. We appreciate all the support from Aaron and to everyone. I saw Hang raise it up with 5 tray. He hasn't been an opening as wide as of late. Maybe he's starting to feel it. Wants to keep putting the pressure on. Chris did flop a Broadway draw with his king 10. He'll be looking for a queen on this turn as he puts in the call after Hang c-bets. Queen does not come. It's a 7, so Chris still sitting there with king high. Does add a double gutter, as an 8 would give him a pretty disguised straight at this point. Hang sitting here with just 5 high. Elects to check it back rather than fire.
Yeah, Hang's done with it.
River offsuit 4. Complete brick on the end rail. And now Chris checks over his king high. See if Hang.
Now this is going to be
can
tempting
fire at
if check to you. You know, if you check back, you're just going to lose. You don't want to lose to queen highs, 8 highs.
He does let it check behind.
Yeah. I mean, he probably could easily get licked up by king high. We haven't seen Chris Hero call yet, but
that would have been a fun spot to see it if it happened.
Yeah.
See if Chris has got it in him. Would have been fun to see for sure. Does not come to that, fortunately enough for Chris. And he gets to take down another pot. Try to start coming back yet again. He's done it once before. Let's see if he can do it again. We're going to see a walk for Hang. Chris letting go of the 10 tray. Hang looking down at queen 6. Does elect to open it. Saw him go through a period where he was limping in a good bit. I think he switching back up to putting in some raises now. And Chris did call ace tray, and the flop came 9-5-4, 2 spades. So Chris does have a wheel draw. And we see him lead right out. Hang quickly is going to fold. I've seen a couple interesting leads from Chris. Sometimes it's worked, sometimes it hasn't.
Yeah, I guess not. My premonitions are off.
You got to take down that pot. Uncontested with ace high.
Definitely off there. I thought I was going to be heads up against Dion, the Indian guy that was here. Oh, yeah. He's a good player. Yeah, I thought I was going to end up heads up with him, and then I was going to beat him and take the 25K for the bounty on top of beating him. But you pulled the 25 too, so you broke that one as well.
Chris was apparently manifesting his outcome, saying he was going to play Michael heads up, not Hang. And then he told Hang that he was going to pull the 25K, but Hang did, so he ruined his dreams twice. Interesting that he, manifesting himself playing heads up.
Just envision it heads up with the chip leader coming in.
Either way, he is heads up here. Maybe not against the opponent he thought he would be, but heads up nonetheless. Trying to take home a trophy and $74,000 for the first place finish. Just one man, Hang, standing in his way. Did see Hang open it up here. Chris defended with ace 6. Hang flopping a straight draw. Does elect a c-bet. Chris reaching for some chips. But does let go of ace high. So Hang again, stealing a small pot. Looks to be Hang's strategy as of late. Keep them small, win more. Take it post flop. to see Chris give another walk over to Hang.
I got that one. That one I made sense of.
Chris with 8 deuce. Not really a hand worth playing. Doesn't get much worse than that. Justin in the chat saying Chris really underplaying his ace pre-flop, yeah. We've seen him play a little coy at times throughout this heads-up match. We know it was a subject we talked about earlier, where when you play it a little bit coy pre-flop, puts you in a position where you should call post-flop. Eddie gave a nice breakdown of that. He could explain it way better than me. I would listen to him if I was you.
Have you ever been heads up in a live tournament like this? Me either.
Did we have a second for Hang? Maybe not.
Don't believe a second. Lots of like 3rd through 7th type finishes for him.
So first time playing heads up for both these guys, I would imagine.
That's what it sounded like from what Chris just said, asking Hang if you ever played heads up for a championship like this. Hang said no. Tell him the truth, both players looking for their first big victory. Ace on the turn is going to help Hang.
It's going to ice it. See if we can get a bluff out of Chris.
Yeah, it does. Just check it over. Chris not falling for it. Now, is there any way Hang can get some value with his ace here?
Probably check and let him bluff again. Or let him bluff if he wants. It's hard to think that he would have something worth calling.
And goes the opposite route. Goes a little bit big, it sounds like. Going near full pot. Did see him do that earlier as a bluff.
This is Eddie and Mike, yep.
Yeah, nailed it, Justin. Eddie and Mike coming to you. Been streaming since about 2:30 this afternoon. Covering this final table of our Card Player Poker Tour main event. 1,700 buy-in. 300K guarantee that smash over $500,000 in the total prize pool. Some of which went towards the mystery bounties. We saw Wendy Liu pull the big one, the 50K yesterday. And Hang right there now playing for heads up. Just recently pulled the 25K. The second biggest prize made it all the way down to the final table, including the final 4 players when he pulled it.
Yeah, the third was was it the third player? Or was it the player?
That's when they went down to 3, I believe.
Okay, so the fourth player, fourth place finisher.
But yeah, Hang with the second biggest bounty pool. Now looking to close this event out, take home the trophy sitting there in the middle. He takes another pot. Yeah, Chad in the chat says, love that for Wendy. Yeah, I know, I believe Card Player took like a miniature video, or at least the photo looked amazing.
Oh yeah, she
her
looked
celebrating.
so happy, yeah.
Popped up on my news feed, and it was really good. I was here doing some of the coverage, got to see it happen, but the photo just showed a different angle, and it was really good.
Yeah, good for her.
Yeah, heck of a series for Wendy, for all you Wendy fans. She was on the live stream final table of event 1 just last weekend. Took home second place in that event. She had a little bit of a rough go of things the other night, playing on the 10-25 no limit stream, putting some of those tournament winnings to use. Lost a little bit there.
Made up for it.
Yeah, made up for it, 12 times over with her main event run in that mystery bounty pool. And a rare misstep for Hang now, putting in a 3-bet it looks like, but 9 deuce suited. We have not seen him
Yeah, we're probably going to see a jam from Chris.
Yeah, Chris with ace queen, premium hand. He has not been 3-bet too much though. But as predicted, there is the shove. And Chris getting a nice takedown there. We have not seen Hang pull too many light 3-bets, especially heads up. Might have been the first one, just ill-timed misstep for him.
Yeah. I don't hate the candidate. It's a worthy candidate at you know at some frequency. Just kind of got unlucky here.
Is that a lot? 260.
Yep, Hang. Gonna keep the aggression on, not let that last 3-bet bluff deter him. Raising up with the queen tray suited from the button.
Yeah, just open every pot and c-bet every flop. When he doesn't connect with a gut shot or a pair, he usually folds. That's pretty good odds.
Yeah, pretty easy to navigate in position. Did see Chris defend with queen 6. The flop's 9-8-5, so Chris with a gut shot. It looks like he's leaning towards his chips, maybe firing out a donk bet. There he goes. You've seen Chris do this a multitude of times today. Betting into the pre-flop raiser.
He's definitely balancing himself well, because I think this is the 4th one, and twice has been top pair and twice has been with bluffs as gut shots. So
yeah,
there's a method to the madness. He's not out there just clicking buttons. He has an idea.
I think so too. I don't even know your name. Hang, right?
Looks like the players are now introducing themselves to each other finally. Chris says, I don't even know your name.
Oh, you will.
You will curse the name. But Chris looking down at ace queen suited, another premium hand for him. He's gonna raise it up. Hang gonna look down at the queen deuce offsuit. Not a premium hand or anything even close. Lets it go. And Chris shows it before he mucks. Saying, yeah, I raised that hand, buddy. As does every rational poker player in existence. Ace, queen, suited, premium hand heads up. We've seen this match go back and forth for quite some time now. Going to continue on until somebody's eliminated. Chop discussion was shut down. Coming up on was probably almost an hour ago now.
Yeah, they're battling.
Hang said, I just want to play it out. I want to win this sucker. Wow, Chris, 2 pair. Top and bottom for him. Bottom pair for Hang with some backdoor clubs.
200.
See how Chris wants to play this.
And Chris did check it over and Hang c-bet. So just a matter of whether you smooth call or check raise now.
3 clubs and this gets fun.
Seven
no
cards.
fun.
Yeah, completes the rainbow on board. Does bring in some of the straight draws. And Hang with a disciplined check back there. And now, talk about a bad run out if you're Chris. 10 on the river, 4-liner on board.
Yeah, not how you saw things going this hand when you hit that flop.
Hits that smooth call on the flop. You're hoping to get a safe run out and your opponent fires at it. Hang is going to see that he did a good job shutting down once that turn card came. Chris, a little relieved just to take it down anyway after how terrible of a run out he got.
Yeah, he was kind of just hoping Hang would just check back.
Yeah, gets to drag in the million chip pot though. All of those pots are going to add up quick. Just a little over 10 million chips in play. You can drag a million chip pot. It's going to help you out quite a bit. Chris with the 7-4 suited. We saw him take a nice pot with 7-4 earlier. Hang with the infamous dirty diaper, Trey Deuce. Let's see if he decides to get dirty with it. Or just check his option. There it is. Big raise coming in. Looks like he's punishing Chris's limp. We saw him do it earlier as well, going with that big size after Chris limps in. Chris says, I don't want to bleed chips. I have to lay it down.
Show him the diaper. No
He
show.
does not. And heading into that hand, we saw the chip stacks were near even, actually. So again, Chris, for the second time in this heads-up battle, came all the way back to getting even in chips from a big deficit. Started out at the final table, Hang with a 4-1 chip lead. We saw Chris battle back. We saw Hang build his stack up to a near 4-1 chip lead again, and Chris has come back a second time. See if he can do anything with it. So both players with clubs here. Hang opening with ace-queen, Chris calling with 7-5. Both players do catch a pair on this flop, ace-7 Trey. Hang is going to c-bet, firing about a 1/3 pot. We're going to see Chris call with middle pair. Turn comes jack of clubs. Both players still sitting with one pair. Hang, obviously pretty comfy with his hand as it says right now. Only thing really on board was front door hearts. Couple of draws if your opponent has like 4-5, but other than that, it's not the worst board for your actual hand.
Yeah, good board to keep continuing here.
And we see him continue for about half pot.
Yeah, no good for Chris. Gonna have to relinquish. Yep, even those flop bluffs now can beat us.
Yep, that's what Chris just said something about. Maybe I'll let you hit the jack. So after Chris folds, Hang is going to scoop that pot, put him right around 50 bigs to Chris's 40. A little bit of difference between them. But still very close in this heads-up match. A lot of credit to Chris for hanging in there. We've seen some unorthodox plays, but we've seen some great ones as well. Pretty big stage. As he said, he's never played in a tournament this big, especially on a final table.
Superb showing. I mean, really hung with some of Jacksonville's best.
Yeah, Hang with tons of final table experience. A lot of big buy-in tournament experience. They just can't quite close it out yet, as Chris has put up quite the battle.
Hang hits the 6 here after being dominated pre-flop.
Yeah, a little surprised Chris checked back that flop, coming ace high as the pre-flop raiser. Usually you see players c-bet on those kind of boards. Said actually just going to keep checking through, and Hang gets to take it down. Chipping away a little bit. Building that chip lead. That's kind of been the MO. We've seen Hang slowly increase his chip stacks, building a lead over Chris, and then seemingly out of nowhere, Chris fires right back and gets back to even. Now Hang looks down at a monster from the button with ace-king. Chris is going to call it the jack-8. Hang with a monster flop here. Top pair, top kicker.
Yeah, Chris just not getting any love from the deck right now.
No.
Really, it's keeping him out of trouble. This hand for sure.
Yeah, fortunate for Chris that didn't come King Jack 6. Similar to last hand, would have had to stay in there with middle pair against top pair.
Yep.
Here we see Hang put in the C-bet. Chris is going to have to relinquish right away. And just another small pot going Hang's way. Bit by bit, taking 2 or 3 blinds at a time. Getting closer and closer to a 60 versus 30 big blind discrepancy. You get that 2-to-1 chip lead. You start getting your hopes up pretty high. Seen Hang do that a couple times to get the rug yanked out from underneath of him. Chris talking about card's not cooperating. Looks down at 6 deuce and has to let it go. Just give Hang a walk.
Hang catching a little momentum right now. Feel it.
Yeah, you can.
Especially when you know a player's playing their cards. Like, I'm not saying he's not bluffing at all, but like you can kind of get a feel. Chris is just like, I don't have it. Fold. Don't miss again. Fold. So when they're not putting in the extra, like even if I miss, maybe I can get it. You know that energy can be felt, right? And then you can just take advantage. If he's like, if you're gonna do that, I'm just going to let you, because you're gonna miss more than you hit.
So especially as it keeps happening over and over, you just want to keep, when things are going your way and you're picking up on that momentum, you'll just keep playing it. Don't let your player take a break from that dynamic.
Even here, like just raise the 6-3. I know he's like, you know, it's one of the bad ones, but raise it up, because we're not playing our hand anymore. We're just playing the situation.
And both players did flop bottom pair.
So I'm probably going to get checked down.
Yeah, pretty gross run out for both hands. Both of them holding bottom pair with some showdown equity. Might be happy just to get through the river and
definitely
show your pair of 6s, especially on another bad card for your hand. And both players show, and they're going to go ahead and chop this one up. They're rarely seen. Chop pot heads up.
First chop.
So looking like they're a little quiet now, trying to dig in. Maybe Chris is feeling a little bit of that pressure as he's gotten a couple of paper cuts. Hopefully trying to avoid the death by 1,000 paper cuts, but feeling a few of them recently nonetheless. And here we go again. Just
like
let it go.
Like that fold. That's not a fold. It's heads up. Can't fold jack high.
Yep. So says. Still trending in that same direction it's been going. Things are starting to shift Hang's way, both chip-wise and feeling it in the air-wise.
Yeah, you can kind of feel that Chris is just waiting for a hand.
And Hang can just
he can just
do the opposite. Fold
exactly.
as soon as
he can win all the times he doesn't make a hand. And then when he makes it, just give him the minimum.
Here we see Hang limp in with the King 7. Chris checking with Trey Deuce suited. Hang flops top pair. King Queen 8.
Yeah, Chris just running pretty bad too. He's not hitting anything. This is just torching.
Yeah, electing it to lead here again. Seen him mix in a couple of different hands with these leads today. Straight draws, top pair. Now he does have backdoor diamonds.
I haven't seen this one too much with the almost no equity.
Yep, that completes the terrible turn card for Chris's hand. Obviously looking for a diamond or some way of improving.
Yeah, it's still them.
Let's see if he continues trying to rep something here, if he does just shut it down correctly. Obviously,
Shut it down, Chris. No, oh yeah, this
so
is
obviously looking at Hang's hand. Hang's going nowhere.
frustration's playing a role here. Now he's forcing it.
Yeah,
It would appear.
So we talked about that earlier with Michael coming in as the chip leader on the final table and just had nothing going for him. And we talked about how, to his credit, he didn't force it, which allowed him to ladder up quite a few spots where if he forced it, he may have busted himself sooner. And here we're seeing Chris kind of force it. He's starting to feel that I need to get something going.
Yeah, like it's my turn, damn it. Let me win a pot.
You don't want to make something get going. You want to let it come to you.
See if he can cut his losses or he just digs the bigger hole.
And it all goes back to that pre-flop lead. If he just elected to check.
Uh-oh. That's a lot.
This is now a compounding mistake as the bet sizes on each street have to get bigger and bigger.
Oh, he doesn't look like he wants to do it. There's a lot of physical stuff happening here.
Yeah, he's down.
Like I said, this is honest, right? He's being honest. This is genuine. He's unsure. He wants to bet big because he knows he can't. Yeah, gives it up.
He did give up. Luckily for him, he did. As you said, that was very, very genuine body language. Unsure, looking down on himself a little bit. And that starts happening. It's hard. You get that negative self-talk going on in your head. You're losing focus on the hand itself since you're spending that mental energy on yourself rather than the hand at play.
Hey guys, we're going blinds up.
Always tough. It'll start consuming your thought process and you start missing things.
Yeah, it can. It's like a virus.
It's just like, you know, a lot of things in life.
Get a little ahead and then just give it right back to him.
You get inside of your own head, you miss the things outside of it. Hopefully Chris can shake it.
Yeah, visibly frustrated after that last one. Now, again, like I said before, that's not a fold, right? Look, Hang just gets a walk from 7-3.
Yeah, all the momentum going Hang's way. We saw this with Hang earlier. I mean, maybe fortunate for him that the chop discussion started, caused a pause in play, and Hang got to recollect himself, go over and talk to his rail.
Yeah, he was a little frustrated after he doubled him up with that bad call. He's like, oh man, I could actually not win this. But went over to his rail, got the affirmation that, you know, play this guy, don't worry about making mistakes, just go play your game.
And it's really the move, I would say, whether it be from your rail or from yourself. We're seeing Chris make a lot of fast decisions right now, rather than slowing down, taking a breath, really figuring it out.
Absolutely.
You know, things aren't going your way, you gotta find a way to just regroup. And if you start speeding up, you're not allowing yourself that time to regroup. And maybe Hang wasn't going to do it earlier, but it just fortunately happened for him when that chop discussion started, and then his rails said, get out of your head.
Yeah.
Sometimes it needs to come from that external source.
Which one? Yeah, you just had sushi.
Call, flip, show, what do we got?
Where's Vagabond?
Nice day.
All that drama for nothing.
I was gonna throw it one time, but I was like, no. Nice one.
Chris down to 17 big blinds. Running out of room to fold.
Yeah, we can start limping.
Yeah, hard to put in a raise and then fold to a 3-bet.
We can start limping off this stack. I'd like to see Hang just probably put him in. Just really put the pressure on.
Still is only about a 3-1 chip lead. The blinds going up shrunk them a little bit. See if Chris can find that double up again and get back to even in chip counts. Just one double up away from being tied with your opponent. And Chris is going to be looking for a spade or an 8 on this river. Hang currently with a pair of 10s, holding the best hand.
Bet that 10 for sure.
Thank you.
Chris is going to call.
Wow. That's a...
He's going to need to hit a card here.
It's a brave call. It's probably going to pay off a river bet.
Yeah, not the card he wanted to hit.
It's going to be stuck down to 10 bigs after this hand. Oh, hang with a check. Chris going to get away. He'll be able to check back, I would assume.
Got a 6.
Yeah. Yep, sure enough, did check back. Rivering that 6 gave him a little bit of showdown value rather than if there was some like random tray of clubs instead, maybe Chris would have had to fire a bluff.
Yeah, definitely.
Would have been fun to see that happen.
Yeah, it was a pretty light call on the turn if you miss. I think you just have to.
And that's going to make it closer to a 4-1 chip count. Hang holding over the lead, trying to finish this one out and get his first big win.
No, Hang 2 queens.
And now the hand distribution is going to start heading towards him as well. All the momentum has gone his way, and now the hands are starting to go his way. That's a lethal combination.
Min raise. We're at 8160 now, so 320 is just a min raise.
Chris holding a king 8 and just over 10 bigs.
8 high flop is all she wrote here. Let's see.
Yep, Chris looking for a king on this board.
Okay, staying out of trouble.
Yeah, 10-5 tray rainbow. Nothing for Chris here. Might save him the rest of his chip stack. If it came 8-5 tray, it would have been us telling you to have a good night.
Exactly.
Nice small size by Hang, just trying to get anything he can out of Chris here. But see Chris putting in the muck, not happy about it, the way things have gone. In the last 30 minutes have been all Hang.
Correct, it's been proclaimed, this is the hand.
Players saying this is going to be the hand.
All right, a little.
Chris has been manifesting everything, including getting to heads up today. So
Player prediction. Yeah,
maybe.
You're right. Yes. This is the hand. So if it's the hand, what does that mean? The double up hand or the last hand?
Say if you're Chris, you're hoping it's the double up hand. And he's limping in there with the 7-6 suited.
Okay, this
Hang,
is
7-5 suited.
limped pot. Is it going to be the one? We need a bunch of 7s.
The old adage was never go broke in a limp pot, right?
Oh, we do have a 7.
Yeah, pair for each player. Whoa, overbet shove by Chris.
What? Yeah, this is the one.
And Hang thinking there's no way he would do this with a jack. It makes no sense. But is your 5 kicker ever good? Obviously not.
So this is like a 3x pot jam. Was that, how much was in there? What?
Yeah, about half. About half a million.
So 480 was in there, and he's shoving 1.7.
And I think under normal circumstances, we would have seen Hang snapfold.
How can he even call?
Really thinking that Chris is full of frustration, as he's been showing in terms of body language. I mean, it's still a very light call.
What hands are so full of frustration? Like, just they literally have to have nothing. Like, wow, this is wild. Chris, he even flops a 7. He doesn't want to play a pot. He's like, hey man, I flopped a pair.
Looks like somebody came over to check out what's going on as Hang's in the tank.
Yeah, it was Kelly Joe.
Oh, of course.
Come over. How's it going? He goes, well, I'm facing it all in. Hold on a minute.
I'll tell you in a minute.
And he's not facing it all in with an easy decision, apparently. I'd be a little surprised to see a call, but here it comes.
Makes the call.
Oh my gosh.
Heads
Chris,
up.
if he can fade a chop.
Yeah, we chop a lot
or
here.
hit a 6. He gets a massive double
Hang
up.
needs a 5 to win this whole thing.
5 or running diamonds.
That's right.
Give Hang the trophy. And Queen on the turn. A lot of chop outs now.
More likely to chop.
Oh.
Oh, not that one.
It's Hang's tournament to win.
That was it.
As Hang at Rivers, the two pair.
Chris is disgusted.
Chris, heck of a battle. From satelliting into this event to getting to heads up, battling for over an hour heads up against a very, very well-versed player as well.
Yeah, this was definitely a heads-up battle. It went back and forth.
So
Chris really, held his own.
Yeah.
I'd say against Hang, a professional cash player.
Heck of a run by Chris. His wives will be proud.
That's right. He made all his wives proud. There you have it. Hang's your winner. $74,010. $49,000 for Chris, second place. And the 7K in bounty is going to be going to Hang too. So over $100,000 total from Hang. He's the massive winner in this year's mystery bounty main event. Yep. I'm Eddie Marskoski. That's Mike Krug. That's big country.
That is indeed. So, yeah, guys, appreciate you guys hanging out with us. Appreciate you guys watching. That is the end of this main event. That's also the end of the Card Player Poker Tour. Once again, always shout outs to the CPPT for coming through and letting us host the series. And lots of fun tournaments and everything. But it is now time, the countdown officially beginning to the World Poker Tour that will be here late October through the middle of November.
So it's officially listed on our website as of today when I checked in. October 26th, first day. You got a full event list up for that WPT, including a big event one as usual, culminating in a 5K main event.
Love it. Bounty main event, right?
There's a mystery bounty event and then a 5K main event. So we're doing
okay.
It's 3 weeks of tournaments. So we got to really spread it out across a lot of good events.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of fun for sure. But again, yeah, great Card Player Poker Tour. Always great to have them around, and it's been a good one. Once again, congratulations to Hang for winning this main event. Taking home, again, that first place prize of $74,010. His bounty pulls equaled out to $51,000.
125K.
Yeah.
Wow. Big main event for Hang.
Yeah, really, really strong appearance for him. But that is going to be it for us, guys. As always, appreciate y'all hanging out with us again. We'll be back at it Thursday night with some cash game action. Then, of course, Friday night as well, we'll have a 5-10 no limit hold'em game. I think it's 2-2 on Thursday night, and then 5-10. No, actually, no, 2-5 Thursday night, 5-10 Friday night. That's going to be this week's cash game schedule. And then, yeah, just marching forward to the WPT. That's going to be October 26th. That's when it all starts up. Once again, for Eddie and for Mike and for our dealers today, Jacob and Kirk. Also, our tournament director, Johnny Pham, who puts all these events together and comes up with the structures and the formats and everything. We will see you guys Thursday night for some cash game. Thanks for all the likes, new subscribers, all the likes that we had as well, all that fun stuff. We'll see you guys Thursday night. Take care, be easy. Thanks.
Keep repping the nuts.